I will call to order the City of Douglasville's City Council Legislative Work Session for tonight, which is Thursday, January the 12th. We will have the invocation that will be done by the Operations Manager, Ms. Chelsea Jackson of the City of Douglasville, and then our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Councilman Larry Yockey. Please stand for the invocation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Let us bow our heads. First, thank you for this day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. God, I also want to thank you for the governing body before us, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Douglasville. I pray that you guide them to make sound decisions that will have a positive impact upon the city, and that we all understand you are the ultimate ruler and will guide their hearts and minds towards every decision made. Because as your word says, to trust not on thine own understanding, but to trust in you with all thine heart. I pray for this meeting that everyone in this place will have a better understanding of all items tonight and a sound mind. And lastly, I pray that everyone will continue to have a blessed, productive, and prosperous new year. In your son, Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, for the Pledge of Allegiance, and for Operations Manager, Ms. Chelsea Jackson, for the invocation. We will go over some procedural items for announcements and presentations, and then we'll begin our meeting. Protocols for this meeting. This is a legislative work session, and I'd like to welcome you all here this evening to Douglasville's legislative work session. This work session, where the agenda items are presented for discussion and no official action will be taken tonight. Official action will be taken on these items discussed tonight on Tuesday and not Monday because it's a holiday at 6 p.m. If the business you're here to discuss is not listed on the agenda item, there will be ample time under the agenda item comments from citizens and delegates section to discuss your business item. There are just a few protocol items that we'd like to go over tonight, and I'd like to make you aware of these things so that we'll have an orderly, productive meeting. I'd ask that you please keep your comments and your presentations on a professional manner, dealing with the facts that are important for this governing body to make a decision, and we will not accept comments that are considered by the chair to be a personal attack on any individual or group. We'll ask that you will not do that. We'd have to have you removed from the council chambers. Only one person will be speaking at a time, and please do not applaud or react to speakers that speak from the audience, cheer, carry on a conversation with others in the audience, or disrupt the meeting in any other way. I remind you that we only are required to accept public comments on zoning matters. And if you have a cell phone or laptop or iPad and all of that, please put that in silent mode so that it will not be disruptive during the meeting, or turn those off until the meeting is dismissed. The committee chairperson will read the agenda item. Then the person representing that agenda item or applicant will make his or her presentation first, and then the only opportunity for you to present that item at that time. If there's any comments on the zoning, we'll ask, as a chair, we'll give you information to come to the podium and discuss. Then the mayor and members of the council will possibly ask questions of the applicant. When you come to the podium, please give your name and address for the record. There's a green form that you should have filled out outside of the chambers on that table, and we ask you to give your name and address for the record and turn that form into the assistant or deputy city clerk, Ms. Sharon. Each person has one opportunity to comment on each agenda item. And that's it that we have. I hope there aren't any questions. Any questions, you all can feel free to ask at this time. Okay, thank you so much. Not hearing any, we will go on to the first committee, which is Public Safety, and that is chaired by Councilman Samuel Davis.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, thank you. First, I would say item A, request for a change in agent outlet manager for alcoholic beverage licensing for the package sale of wine and malt beverage at the following establishment: Licensing Eckers Corporation, DBA, Rite Aid, number 11748, located 2981 Chapel Hill Road. Current agent outlet manager Michael Whitaker. proposed agent outlet manager Richard Stinson. The required investigation has been conducted and the required fees have been paid into the city finance department. Will the applicant please come down, please? State your name and your address, please, sir.
My name is Richard Stinson. My address is 5 Carlisle Way, Atlanta, Georgia.
Could you speak up just a little louder for the audio, please?
Yes, my address is 5 Carlisle Way, Atlanta, Georgia.
And will you be the agent outlet manager?
Yes.
Okay, can you give some information on how you go about training your employees that sell alcohol and cigarettes?
All of our employees, we have computer-based training for both alcohol and tobacco, and that is done twice a year, every 6 months. And any new hires that we have, they also have to do the training before they're able to deal with any customers out on the sales floor.
Okay, do we have any questions from the council? Mayor?
No, sir.
Okay, come back on Monday, sir, and we'll give you a decision, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Tuesday, I'm sorry, holiday on Monday, Tuesday, okay? Thank you. Let's go to item B. Request for a change in agent outlet manager for the alcoholic beverage license for the package sale of wine and malt beverages at the following establishment. Licensee, Georgia, CVS Pharmacy LLC, DBA CVS Pharmacy -154, located 6031 Fairburn Road. Current agent outlet manager Sylvester Hendricks Jr., proposed agent outlet manager Billy Mathis. The required fees have been paid into our finance department. Would the applicant please come forward, please?
Hey, Billy Mathis. I'm 117 Watson Drive in Bremen, Georgia.
And I'll ask you the same question. How would you go about training your employees?
We also have a twice a year biannual compliance that we do where everybody's required to do a test on the computer. And we also train our employees before they even start. We have prompts at the register to where they know to check IDs before they do it, and we check every ID.
Yeah, I like that register, okay. Mayor and council, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. If not, come back on Tuesday, sir, and we'll give you an answer. Okay, moving on to item C, request for a change in agent outlet manager for the alcoholic beverages for the on-premises consumption and sale of wine and malt beverages and spirituous liquor at the following establishment. Licensed HOA Restaurant Holder, LLC, DBA, Hooters at Douglasville, located 6855 Douglas Boulevard. Current agent outlet manager, Michael Austin. Also proposed agent outlet manager, Jeffrey Robina. The required fees have been paid into the finance department. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Robita. I live at 226 Millwheel Drive in Villa Rica. Our training requires, before the girls start working, including our hosts, that they are ServSafe alcohol certified and that they also have a beer pouring permit from the county itself. And then we do ongoing training and mystery shops and a whole lot of other things to make sure that they're held accountable.
Yes, sir, I like the permit. Everyone is permitted, right, that serves alcohol.
Before they start working, they have to have those two items.
Okay, good. Okay, Mayor and council?
No, sir.
Good. Okay, Hooters, thank you, and come back on Tuesday, and I'll give you an answer.
Thank you, and no rock quarry, please.
Wait a minute now. Okay. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Item D.
I don't know, you might have come back on Wednesday.
Item D, Mr. Councilman Davis.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Is it D? Oh, okay. Okay, we'll move on to item 6, which is Community and Economic Development Committee. That's chaired by Councilman Mark Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
We have several items tonight under Community and Economic Development. Item A is to authorize the mayor to sign the annual 2017 Georgia Classic Main Streets Memorandum of Understanding with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, Office of Downtown Development, and a sub-licensing agreement to utilize the National Main Streets Program branding images. Mr. Lynn, you're going to help us with that as far as questions?
Yes, sir. Jonathan Lynn, Community and Development Services Director, 6695 Church Street, Douglasville, Georgia. What you have before you tonight, Mayor and Council, is our annual Memorandum of Understanding with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. This is a required agreement that our Main Street program executes every year. It states that, just kind of a summary, that we will have a dedicated downtown manager, a Main Street manager, which we have a full-time Main Street manager. We host the required number of meetings per year and attend the necessary trainings that we have every year, and this helps us continue to meet our accredited Main Street program status. What you have before you tonight also, which is new this year, is what's called a sub-licensee agreement. That allows the city, April and Patrice, and community development to utilize the Main Street trademarks and the Main Street America trademarks, just as, being able to do that. But that city executes it, saying, hey, we know we're using these trademarks. We know that we're entering into an agreement with you guys, and we continue to say that we are going to meet all of our accreditation standards by using those trademarks.
Council, Madam Mayor, any questions as far as clarification from Mr. Lynn?
No, sir.
This being an annual renewal and an annual contract that we have to sign, something that we do every year, unless there's an objection, I'd like to place that on the consent agenda for Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Next item, item B, adopt a resolution endorsing the submission of the DDRLF application by the Downtown Development Authority of the City of Douglasville for the downtown project at 6680 Broad Street, Douglasville, Georgia, on behalf of Karen Howard T. Would you explain that, Mr. Lynn, please?
Yes, sir. If you remember, several months back, you interviewed Ms. Howard prior to her making application with the state of Georgia to receive the Downtown Development Revolving Loan Fund. This resolution is not required to be adopted until it's approved, and the project, it is required to be done before the project is completed, and Ms. Howard has gone through the process. She has actually already received her approval from DCA, or excuse me, from DCA, and she is looking to open her restaurant by the end of February in downtown Douglasville, and this is just part of that required process where the city, supports the application. And just a reminder, Ms. Howard is the responsible party for the Downtown Revolving Loan Fund. It is just it's part of being in the downtown.
Okay, questions, comments?
And Ms. Howard is here tonight if you guys have any questions for her as well.
Anyone that has any question? Okay. If not, is there an objection to placing this on the consent agenda for Tuesday? Thank you very much. Item C, reappoint Charlotte Wagner to the Retail Post 2 Mall Post on the City of Douglasville's Convention and Visitors Bureau CVB Advisory Board for a 2-year term extending through December 31st, 2018. Mr. Lynn?
Yes, sir. Just to put some clarification in it, you interviewed the next 3 individuals at your last round of 5 o'clock meetings to be reappointed to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Advisory Board. They would like to continue serving in their respective posts. So.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. And I failed to mention that the next 3 are reappointments of present positions. Any objection to that being placed on the consent agenda, or does it need a vote on Tuesday specifically on its own? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item. Item D, reappoint Ike Lee to an at-large post on the City of Douglasville's Convention and Visitors Bureau CVB Advisory Board for a 2-year term extending through December 31st, 2018. Same situation. Is that correct, Mr. Lynn?
Yes, sir.
This
Same
is a
situation.
reappointment. Okay, and we have previously interviewed these individuals, and they do have shown a desire to be reappointed. So I would ask for that also, item D, to be placed on the consent agenda. Thank you. One more, reappoint Tamara Manny to an at-large post on the City of Douglasville's Convention and Visitors Bureau CVB Advisory Board for a 2-year term extending through December 31st, 2018. Any note that you need to make for us there, Mr. Lynn, in any way?
Same situation.
Any question? I'd request that also be placed on the consent agenda for Tuesday. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Lynn.
you.
And that's all that we have under that committee. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on to Planning and Development Committee, and that's also chaired by Councilman Mark Adams. Apologize.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think someone told me we had 13 items to look at tonight under this committee.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to change up just a little bit in the essence of time for those that are here not involved in a public hearing. So I'm going to start, and I've asked for this to be okay with council and with the mayor, to start at item E, simply because these E, F, and G will be fast and will hopefully clear up some room in the auditorium for others to come in. But we'll start with item E, and item E is request plat approval for the Riverside West Phase 1 for the purpose of subdividing a parcel located in land lots 166, 167, 172, and 173, District 1, Section 5, application by Urban Engineers Incorporated. Is there anyone here that was representing that? Mr. Mettler, would you mind enlightening us on that item, please, sir? If there is someone here to speak for this item, item E, for Riverside West Phase 1, do you know of anyone, Mr. Mettler?
They were notified, so I'm not sure whether they're in the other room or not. So
Could we have someone please ask? I do not want, by changing the schedule, to do that at the expense of anyone that might have something they'd like to say. So we want to give them just a moment, and if you want to have comments during that time while we wait, that's fine. Thank you. We'll wait just a moment. I apologize for the delay. Ladies and gentlemen, I was hoping that this might save us some time and clear up space, and I apologize if it does not. Could I ask someone from the staff to go ahead, if they would, and try to locate anyone that may be here for item F and G, to move them ahead, please? Pardon? Okay, is that for each item or just that first one? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
as long as we're waiting, just in case anybody's wondering where this Riverside West is, it's the same bunch of parcels where Gordon Food Service is off of Riverside Parkway in the tributary community.
That being in your ward, Mr. Siegel, I apologize for not asking you to update us while we were waiting. Mr.
And I
Mettler
believe
is-
this committee has already looked at the development plan in a committee meeting.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mettler, what do you have, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize that there are no members for either plat here this evening. The plat before us right now is the Rooker development on Riverside Parkway. They extended their roadway and dedicated approximately 4.5 acres of right-of-way as a result of the road extension. There are 4 lots totaling approximately 80 acres. And this is one segment of a 300-acre parcel. So they'll be back in the future to subdivide their lot again.
Okay. Is there any question or comment from council concerning this item?
Mr. Chairman, I would,
How many acres for the parcel, Mr.
The
Mettler?
first parcel is 23 acres. The second is 8. And there's a small parcel for a lift station, which is less than an acre. And then the final is 44 acres, which is lot 3.
Total of 80 acres then. Total
Yes,
of 80 acres.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Who else? Madam Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to ask Mr. Metler to please give your name and address for the record. We know you, but we don't want you to have it one.
Michael Metler, Development Official, City of Douglasville, 6695 Church Street.
That's right.
Live there, but I
You
can't
know where
remember
you
the
work,
address.
Mr. Mettler. We understand.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Any other question or comment concerning this item?
The map is on page 669 of our packet, starting there.
If not, then we'll take this up on Tuesday for a vote. I'll move on to item E. Item F, request to plat approval for the purpose of subdividing a parcel located at 6,000 Stewart Parkway in land lot 130, District 2, Section 5, application by Philip G. Doyle for the U.S. Postal Service.
This parcel is located on Stewart Parkway. It's the current location of one of our post offices. They have a piece of land in the back that they are carving off for future consideration. At this time, I'm not aware of anything particular, but they are preparing to probably sell that parcel.
Basically, they have more than they had to have when they built the
That is
post
correct.
office, so they have extra property. Okay. Any question or comment of council? Anyone here that had anything to say, comment about this particular item? If not, we'll take that up on Tuesday. I'll move on to item G, refer to the zoning board a proposed ordinance enacting section 3.61 and amending table 2.2 of the zoning ordinance to regulate donation bins. Mr. Lynn, help us with that, please, sir.
Yes, sir. We brought this before you all for discussion several meetings back, and this is the ordinance that was drafted by Ms. Littlefield to have you guys review again and refer to the zoning board for their review and then recommendation back to City Council before we actually put it into ordinance form.
Yes, sir. This is something that we've been presented with earlier, actually in mid-2016, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And it's coming back to us now. Any question or comment concerning this item?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy when we can regulate.
And
Bins.
just
Cleaned
to
it up.
clarify it, any lot less than 4 acres is only permitted to have one donation bin. In CG, general commercial, neighborhood commercial, and commercial shopping center, any lot larger than 4 acres is only allowed to have 2 donation bins, and they have to be in the front or rear yard. They're not allowed to be in the side, front or side yards, not in the rear of the buildings.
Okay. Any other question or comment?
Mr. Chairman, for the benefit of those in the audience and those who might be watching online at a later date, can we explain why we are looking at
Yes, thank you.
regulating these?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. We've gotten a lot of complaints regarding existing donation bins, collection boxes, whatever you want to refer to them as, where, for those that may keep them up and keep everything contained, a lot of them turn into junk piles. People dump tires, mattresses, beds, couches, furniture, anything that can apply, and just stack it up around the donation bin, and they become eyesores. Not only in the city, but pretty much everywhere. The proliferation of the junk that can pile up is pretty quickly, and it puts the onus on the owner of the building to make sure they come out and clean it up. And this just allows the city to have a regulation to be able to enforce something. Yeah.
Mr. Yockey, did you have a question?
So if there are some of these in certain locations, we're going to correct that situation. I've seen them pop up all over the place now. And so we definitely need to have something in place to take care of this problem.
Yes, sir. And for those that are existing, if there are any that will not be in compliance, they will have an adequate amount of time to come into compliance before any enforcement action is taken on them.
And again, now they're supposed to be in the back of where are they supposed to be?
Front or side. They're not allowed to be in the back of the building for
Okay.
safety reasons. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other question or comment?
Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I had was the ancillary bins, can they be specific to clothes and or books, or it just depends on the acreage size? If there's under an acre or 4 acres is one, it doesn't matter. They can't have ones for clothes and ones for books or?
No, ma'am, we haven't broken it out like that. It's one total regardless of what
Okay.
you're collecting.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there are no other questions, then we'll take that item up on Tuesday. If there is no objection, I would ask that that be placed on the consent agenda, since we have been presented with it and reviewed it and several times. Please do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Okay. We'll now begin back on item A under the Planning and Development Committee. I want to make sure that we give ample time to those persons that may be here that want to speak concerning an item. So let's make sure, if we could, if staff could help us to try to stay ahead of it. Now we're back on schedule with item A. I will read the item. That's item 22-16-45. It was tabled from December 19, 2016 to hold a public hearing and consider a request to amend the development text for property zone DCD Design Concept Development and known as Gateway Village to relieve the 25-foot city-imposed stream buffer requirement of the city zoning ordinance section 3.85.02 for impervious surfaces and 25 feet of the remaining 50-foot stream buffer requirement of the city zoning ordinance section 3.85.01 for land on the southeast side of the property, and to relieve the requirement to build tennis courts for the 79.89 plus or minus acres at parcel numbers 06360130004, 06370130001, and 05511820046, located in land lots 636, 637, and 551, Districts 1 and 18, Sections 3 and 2. Application made by Matthew Cotu. I would first make a motion that we remove it from the table.
Thank you. It's been.
I have a motion and a second, Madam Mayor, to remove it from the table.
All those in
A
favor?
point of order, is that not a vote that we would actually be taking on Tuesday instead of
I'm
during the
sorry, you are
legislative
correct.
session?
My apologies. I'm sorry. I apologize to you all. I've gotten ahead of myself trying to get to Tuesday as quick as I can, and I apologize.
Been you.
Not any way that I would be confused, but thank you very much, Mr. Siegel.
Thank you.
My apologies. So we are here tonight to have a public hearing to discuss this item. I think at the request of the folks that applied for this, the public hearing will be held with a timer for 30 minutes for each opposed and those against. And I'm assuming by the gentleman coming to the podium, he would be the one that would be speaking in favor of it. Do we have our timers ready, staff? Are we ready to go? And is there any other information that we need to share? Okay, if not, sir, if you would, please, as you approach the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and let us hear from you.
Yes, my name is Matt Cotu. It's 227 Sandy Springs Place, Suite D, number 339, Sandy Springs, Georgia, 30328. And hopefully we don't need the full allotted 30 minutes. I'm here to talk about a development that I'm working on. It's a 79-acre tract. It's proposed 220-something odd lots. Currently, there's 106 lots developed on the property. It's been developed for quite some time. It's sat 10-plus years. And what I'm looking to do is make sure we utilize the lots that were developed as they were originally planned, permitted, and developed by the original party that owned the property. The issue I have is there's a stream on the southeast side of the property. Originally, the intent was there's a 25-foot state stream buffer on either side of that stream. And now that the property's been developed, there's been adopted the additional stream buffers by the city, both additional stream buffer that's that you cannot touch, and then an impervious stream buffer on top of that. What it has done is it's squeezed the buildable area of those lots to basically render them unbuildable, even though all the utilities for those lots along the stream have been installed. And if we platted it, I guess we would have to just X that section out, and the city wouldn't be able to collect taxes on that portion of the property. What I am proposing is to modify the latest stream buffer, the city stream buffer, not touch the state stream buffer. That's mandated by the state, and there's nothing I can really do with that without a separate variance. But modify the city stream buffer to alleviate the need for the additional 25 feet non-disturb area above the current state, and then reduce the further 25 foot of impervious area and basically just say 25-foot state stream buffer and then a 25-foot city impervious buffer is the way I'm looking to amend it. And I've got a rendering here in front of me that I can kind of walk up and show you, because I know it gets confusing when I say 25 3 times in a row. So if you'd like, I can detail that out, or we can move on to the tennis court issues if you're fully aware of what I'm trying to achieve.
Let's make sure that, let's handle those one at a time. Let's just
Okay.
make sure that we all understand. And I may call upon Ms. Wright just to clarify it if need be. I would appreciate her help here.
Okay.
From what you're telling me, Mr. Cotu, basically we would go from a 75-foot buffer to a 50-foot buffer. Is that basically what happens?
Yes, sir. That's an easy way to explain it.
Okay.
There's some details in there that not necessarily get complicated, but that's what I'm looking to do. Yes, sir.
And basically, what you're stating, and I'll ask Ms. Wright to verify this in a moment, you're stating that when the property was originally developed, that 50-foot buffer would have been what was required at the time, and that is how the lots were platted as they were developed at that time. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the property has not been platted. They were just designed and permitted, LDP permitted.
Okay.
But a plat has not been recorded. So if we were to record a plat the way that the zoning writes, we would have to put that full 75-foot buffer on there, and that's what's rendering
Okay.
multiple lots, which are what we would consider premium lots that would drive home prices up, would be rendered unbuildable.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the 25-foot buffer that was added, what was the purpose behind that? Just out of
The
curiosity.
city imposed at some point, I understand. Ms. Wright, would you help us, please?
And also, she's coming up, are these lots going to be on Water and Sewer Authority or city water or septic?
Yes, it's Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority for all storm water, domestic water, and sewer.
Thank you.
Ms. Wright, can you help us with clarification on that?
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. Michelle Wright, Planning Director, 6695 Church Street, Douglasville, Georgia, 30134. The buffer requirements, an undisturbed natural vegetative buffer, we require is a 50-foot buffer measured from the bank of the stream. And then we also require an additional stream setback to be maintained of 25 feet that's measured horizontally from the natural vegetative buffer, which is impervious cover. And grading, filling, and earth moving shall be minimized within that setback. So the state has a 25-foot buffer, and then we, on top of that, put a 50-foot buffer, which 25 feet of that, it can be what we call impervious or natural, undisturbed vegetative matter. So if that...
The extra 25 imposed by the city, what was the purpose behind adding to what the state already mandated?
Adding to the 25 feet, the additional of what the city had put on there was to take a look at keeping runoff and things like that off from the stream. That was the purpose of it. And trying to keep the buildings set back from the streams.
Other question?
Yes. Do we know how active this stream is?
I do not know how active the stream is.
Because, maybe that was the other reasoning, the rationale to add the, additional footage in case the stream overflowed. It would not, get into these houses and such.
It's just a standard stream. I will mention, though, when this development was approved, it was approved with a 25-foot buffer at the time. However, our code has changed since that time.
And so basically the request is to go back to the code that was in place when the property was developed, notwithstanding that the economy has stalled that development and going forward with that project.
That is correct.
And that we don't have any concerns for flooding.
Okay.
There's always a concern with flooding, so that's why I have my engineer running all the analysis, and we have to prove that to Water and Sewer Authority before we can get an active permit, and we need the active permit to actually plat in the city of Douglasville. So someone much smarter than me is running all the calculations, and the flood line does not dictate a buffer line. So if there's any issues with flooding, I won't be able to build in that area anyhow. They're completely separate items. And a state-regulated authority will be the one designing, and then a state-regulated authority will also be the one approving the floodplain lines and any future flood areas. And then also, well, I guess the state buffer only has to do with the vegetation, not with flooding.
If I might ask, then, Mr. Yockey, maybe to clarify, is there any part of the property that was in the floodplain that's shown on the state flood maps?
The floodplain portion of the property is in the northwest side of the property, and I'm not requesting any buffer relief up there because that portion has not been developed. So I can then, you know, it's a blank canvas that I can work around. Unfortunately, I have to come in. This isn't what I like to do, but the street is where it is, and the power company installed their power lines where they are, and there's only certain places I can put the houses now that everything's been installed.
I understand.
Okay.
Any other questions concerning the application?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
yesterday, LaShawn, Councilman Dalley and I, we met with the young man, and we was very pleased with what he had, the housing and the price range that he wants to
Okay.
build in there.
Thank you for that comment.
You know where it's located, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that would speak in favor of this application at this time? How much time do we have, Ms. Keith? Sorry? Still have 22 minutes for the applicant?
We still need to address the tennis courts.
Yes, okay. Just want to make sure we're okay on time. Okay, so we've spoken about the request on the buffer reduction. Let's talk about the tennis courts.
Okay, right now, within the zoning, the DCD zoning case, there was specific language relative to an amenity package, and it talks about the acreage, it talks about a pool, it talks about it also talks about the need for a tennis court. Based on market research and what we've been seeing in the market since the downturn, a lot of times tennis courts can be a burden on an HOA, and I'm being advised by pretty much any builder that wants to come in on this project with me that the HOA costs are going to be driven up due to a tennis court, and then ongoing maintenance would be driven up for that HOA as well. And they're just not seeing the numbers of people using the tennis courts. It's very similar to what you're seeing with golf courses. And so what we'd like to do is not reduce the size of the amenity package or amenity area, the property. We don't want to reduce that at all. We just want to have other uses other than a tennis court there, say like a larger rec field or a ball field or something along those lines. We just aren't seeing the need for the tennis court and the additional expense incurred on the HOA for a tennis court.
Okay. Council, questions? Comments?
Yes, Councilman Adams, yes, Councilman Davidson, I did meet on yesterday. And thank you so very much for doing your research in regards to the tennis court. And my comments on yesterday were, it's not so much the tennis court, but there are certain amenities in subdivisions that draw people, and I do understand the maintenance, and I've done some research too, and you're absolutely right in regards to the maintenance of tennis court. However, I just wanted to just make a comment again that there will be a lot of development on the north side of Douglasville with the 92 hot corridor coming in, and we just want to make sure, and when I say we, I speak for myself as a council member and residents that I've spoken with, in regards to making sure that the subdivisions that we have coming into our area, is we want to make sure that they're viable and that they'll be maintained, and also the developer will make sure that they do exactly what they say, and as a council, we'll make sure that that happens. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I
Yes.
wanted to reiterate what the council member Burdanley has said. If there would just be some type of recreational component 2-year development. I understand that there isn't any there now, and this is part of the DCD, and that tennis courts would not be viable because people aren't using them as they used to in the past. But if there's some type of recreational facility, be it a park or a dog park or whatever else would be amenable to the folks that are going to buy homes in that area, that you would keep that as a recreational portion in your
Yes,
plan.
ma'am. I am not looking, the intention here is not to shrink the size of the proposed amenity area, we'll call it. And I would be glad to replace the tennis court with a fenced-in dog park or something that brings the community together. And
Something.
and so, like I said, one of the planning commissioners made mention that I might be trying to pick up a lot, and that's not the intent. So we can write it however we need to write it to assure you that I'm not reducing the amenity area, but I am just trying to make for a viable community. And I'm all for, there's enough lots there to try and bring everybody in the community together and have a rec space.
Okay.
And definitely going to have the pool and the cabana and all that, parking area, the mailboxes, the USPS requires now. So
Okay.
I could do something along the lines of a dog park also.
That sounds great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else that would have comment from council? If not, I will ask there any other person that would like to speak in favor of this particular application. Thank you, Mr. Cotu. If not, then I will then allow for anyone that would speak in opposition to the application. Please come forward. Is there anyone to speak in opposition?
We do have people coming from the other room.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. One last call. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to item 2216-45, the application made by Matthew Cotu for Gateway Village? If not, then I will close the public hearing on item 22-16-45. And if you will come back on Tuesday, we will have a decision on that item. Thank you, Mr. Cotu. Okay, item B, 2216-49 was tabled December 19, 2016. Hold a public hearing, consider a request for a change in zoning from IH Heavy Industrial to IH Heavy Industrial District with a special land use permit for mining and quarrying for 151.96 plus or minus acres. Located parcel 01890250021, land lot 189, District 2, Section 5, parcel 21. Application made by Mr. Bart Boyd. Again, folks, come forward, Mr. Boyd. Again, folks, before we start, we have already had public hearings. As far as the requirements, that time limit has gone by. This time we had basically made the decision to request that if there be any new information or new presenters with new information, the council would definitely want to hear that. We have limited these comments to 30 minutes each, in favor or in opposition. Use that time wisely. Use that time as you see fit. And if you choose to have someone speak for you, I'm assuming then that you may want to come up and ask for that time to be yielded. Ms. Littlefield, would that be the proper way to do that? So having said that, I'm assuming that Mr. Boyd would be making the presentation to begin with and his comments, and we will have 30 minutes for favor and 30 minutes for opposition. And are we ready? Okay, Mr. Boyd, you can proceed. And again, we know you, but for those listening or watching or will be watching on our city TV, please give us your name and address. For
Getting
the
real
record.
comfortable here. So, yeah, Bart Boyd, 1709 Ardglass Court, Kennesaw, Georgia, 30152. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for hearing us in favor of the proposed development at 7800 West Strickland Street. In the interest of time, I'm going to move aside. We've got some questions that were asked of us with regard to tax analysis. We've got some geologic questions to answer, groundwater questions to answer, vibration questions to answer, and we have folks here that can help do that. As a matter of process, I would like to get up and close out once the speakers have spoken. Is that a problem? Yep, that's why I'm moving on.
Make sure that you, all I ask, Mr. Boyd, make sure that those people that are speaking on your behalf in favor have allotted you that time.
Yes, thank you.
My name's Charles DePriest. I live 5823 Sarazen Trail, city of Douglasville. I was asked by Mr. Boyd to prepare a sales tax and property tax analysis for your review, and I believe you guys have received this package. So I am going to cover some things very, very briefly so I can yield my time back to Mr. Boyd. The sales tax analysis that we did, or that I completed, and I think y'all have my credentials already. I've stated those at several of the meetings. We are projecting that our sales tax revenues, or the Georgia Stone Products sales tax revenues from this project is going to generate approximately $176,000. Now that comes in two ways. One is selling product to people, and then the other way is actually buying product from people to support our operation. Okay, so that's twofold there. That's how we came up with that number. I'll be glad to answer questions later about that. With $176,000 on sales tax revenue.
Annually, right?
With respect to property tax, real property tax, and personal property tax, we have in your packet. You'll see what our proposed values of the purchase price of that property is, and based on those property values, we have calculated the real property tax on that to be $22,000, just a hair over that, and the real kicker is the personal property tax on that. It's very, very difficult to calculate that particular number. I actually called the tax assessor's office to try to help me do that. There's lots of asset classifications that fall under different millage rates. You have to classify all your assets, so it's a complicated formula. But this is what we do know. The assets over at Bluegrass Materials are valued at $9.3 million. That's per the tax digest. Okay, the proposed project, what Mr. Boyd's proposing to put in, is a project valued at $44 million. Okay, so the fair market value of that may be tweaked somewhat for some type of taxable depreciation, however they come up with that estimate. But we do know this. Bluegrass Materials is paying $113,700 or $172 in personal property tax on a $9.3 value. We know that we'll at least pay that much in personal property tax. So for conservatism, the numbers that you see in your packet, we use Bluegrass Materials, and again, we expect that probably to be well and above that particular number. So those two numbers put together, we're looking at $310,000 in tax revenue for the county and the city of Douglasville. One other thing that I'd like to mention is the effects of this particular project on the local economy. Now this number and the way you calculate that is what they call a multiplier effect. Now the multiplier effect of this project, and this number was given to us by the Metro Chamber of Commerce, is the multiplier effect for a project like this is 1.83 times. Okay, so when you pay out expenses, labor, you buy things, that money basically turns over 1.83 times. Now, based on the budget that I prepared for Mr. Boyd in the first year of full production and full sales, and I think y'all have seen that number of $10 million in revenues, the anticipated revenue number. What we estimate for the local economy, the economic impact, is $14.5 million. Not my multiplier effect, again, generated by the Metro Chamber of Commerce. The multiplier effect just on labor alone is $4.5 million. So the payroll anticipated for this project, the compensation for the 30 to 35 jobs that we've talked about is going to be somewhere around $2.5 million. So you add the multiplier effect on that. That's what we expect the economic impact just to be from labor alone. Total impact, again, $14.5 million.
Thank you, Mr. DePriest. Next person to speak in favor of the project. How are you this evening, sir?
Yes, my name is Greg Poole. I'm with Saul Seismic. Address is 3710 4th Avenue South in Birmingham, Alabama.
Mr. Poole, if I could interrupt just 1 minute. We won't hold this against your time. Everyone that's speaking has already brought in a green sheet and provided it to the clerk, so I don't have to ask that. Is that correct? Okay. Add that time back. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Poole. I'm sorry.
Sure, that's fine. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of Georgia. I have been working in the vibration and blasting consulting industry for 25 years. I'm currently vice president of Saul Seismic, which is a company that provides inspections and monitoring services to quarry and construction activities. Bart had asked me here, Mr. Boyd had asked me here to just briefly go over the vibration regulations and make sure everybody understands the rules that they will be needing to follow and the impact that may have on the neighbors. The state of Georgia, for blasting activities, the vibration levels are dictated by the State Fire Marshal's Office. They are required to follow what's called the U.S. Bureau of Mines 8507 vibration graph. This is something that was developed and established back in 1982 based on about 40 years of study by a variety of groups, primarily the U.S. Bureau of Mines. This study developed a vibration limit that was based on essentially less than half of where they expected vibration could potentially cause damage. So they determined this level. They set a level at half of that. That is what the regulatory limits are here in this state. Based on experience with similar projects, we are fairly confident that they will be well below those limits, the required limits, and that all of these limits were set in place to prevent the possibility of adjacent structures having any impact from the blasting activities. I've worked on numerous projects. I know part of the issues always are how close the homes are and other issues like that. Our company currently has seismographs set up on remote monitoring at over 900 locations. We monitor probably over 400 quarries in the United States right now. And we have many very similar situations where homes are obviously in the perimeter of quarry activities. I can say with absolute certainty that this operation can be performed successfully without causing any impact to the neighboring structures from the vibrations from the activities. And as far as distance, so I would add in that I've done much work actually in construction and blasting industry on that side of things. I've been involved in projects right here in Atlanta. We've blasted within 10 feet of CDC buildings, within 15 feet of the Turner Mansion. We blasted underneath structures for the 400 expansion at one point. We've been involved in blasting activities. University of Georgia, just a few years ago, actually blasting under this and up against the supports of the stadium for some renovations they were doing in there. So it's all a matter of scale, but it can absolutely, following regulations, there's basically no possibility of any kind of impact from the vibration to the adjacent structures.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to ask if we could, let's just hold any question or comment for any of the speakers so as not to interrupt their time, okay? Thank you very much, sir. Who's next?
Good evening. My name is Bob Cook. I'm a retired professor from Auburn University. I still live in Auburn, 1631 Lauren Lane, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. I don't have a financial interest in this project, nor do I know Mr. Boyd or any of the people that are trying to promote it. I did hear from Mr. Boyd last week. He asked me if I would be willing to look at the videotapes of the previous council meetings and see if I saw any issues related to geology that I thought had been presented incorrectly, and I did that, and there are some things that might need to be straightened out. I would like to tell you that I feel that I can do this. I've looked at dozens and dozens of quarries in Georgia, Alabama, South and North Carolina, and Tennessee, and that was one of my specialties at Auburn. I'm an economic geologist, and part of what I do is the evaluation of properties that are potentially viable for mining, and of course quarrying is a type of mining. It's not the only thing I've looked at, but I've done work in the area of water pollution and groundwater for NASA, for the Department of Defense. I'm still a expert witness for the Department of Justice, and so I feel confident that I can make a couple of statements about the project that you've got going here. In the state of Georgia, early on, there was a recognition that its granites and gneisses were an important commodity economically, and the state published this in 1902. And so from that point on, we've had at least some background knowledge about the distribution and the quality of granites. Many reports have been presented since then. A few years back, though, the Georgia Geological Survey decided to come up with a study of the Atlanta regional area. And in that study, the Douglas County vicinity was included, and the potential quarry sites and the geology were all mapped, and they were presented in this publication, and it's still available. You can all get hold of it. It does show that there's a rock unit here, most probably the Austell gneiss, although other mappers have called it different things. And that rock it is within an area that is bounded by a major fault zone that you've all gone over dozens of times. As you get on Interstate 20 and head toward Atlanta, you go down a long grade just as you get to Six Flags. That marks the position of what's known as the Brevard Zone. That's a fault that goes from the coastal plain in Alabama through the Atlanta area, through Sandy Springs, through Gainesville, up through North and South Carolina. It dies out in Virginia. The rocks on the east side of that fault, including the granites that are mined in Lithonia and at Stone Mountain, are different from the ones over here. And there was an indication in one of the videotapes that there was some sort of a connection between the Stone Mountain area and the area we've got over here at Douglasville. That's not so. These rocks are completely different. And in fact, the people over around Lithonia would be thrilled to have a rock that was of the quality that you have here over there. Those rocks will barely meet the Georgia DOT specs for highway construction. The rocks you've got here, they're very, very good. And so from a quality issue based on geologic characteristics, the rocks here are just fine. From the standpoint of groundwater, this is kind of an interesting issue. There are two fundamentally different types of groundwater aquifers that exist in Georgia. If you go down south of Macon, you have beds of rock that are porous, they're permeable, they're saturated with water. You want to drill a well, you drill 50 feet, you're in wet rock, and you can pump all the water you want. If you've got a domestic well in your house around Douglasville, you know that you likely are having a hard time with water. The reason is that the aquifers around Douglasville are like those throughout the Georgia Piedmont. They're not related to flat-lying beds of rock that are saturated with water, not at all. The aquifers around Douglasville are what are called Piedmont aquifers, and they are fracture controlled. So any well driller in this area will tell you that when he's called to drill a well, He can't just come out and say, I'm going to drill you a 200-foot hole, and by George, you're going to have 10 gallons a minute. No, what he's going to tell you is, you know, we're going to have to hit some water fill fractures. This may be at 200 feet. It may be at 500 feet. I don't know. I'm going to charge you by the foot. And so a good well around here would have 4 or 5 gallons a minute production. That would be a sort of a typical house well. That says that there is not much water in these rocks. These rocks are tight. They don't contain a lot of water. In fact, they don't really contain any water. The water that is in the ground here is in fractures.
Mr. Cook, I need to stop you unless you've been yielded time from someone else. Your 5 minutes has expired. Is that correct?
5 minutes?
5 minutes per person, 30 minutes total.
Okay. Well, I'd be glad to answer any questions later on. There's a lot to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, who else would like to speak on behalf of this, in favor of this application?
Thank you, Dr. Cook. Mayor, Council, pleasure to be with you tonight. My name is Marion Adami with Anderson, Tate & Carr, 1960 Satellite Boulevard, Duluth, Georgia. And I'm here tonight on behalf of BART Board, the applicant, and the property owner with regard to the request before you. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that have, I think, been submitted to the council over the past few days. I understand there is some opposition related to this case, and I wanted to address some of those factors for you. And I certainly think the experts here tonight can help shed light on really the decision before the council tonight and next week, and certainly as this goes on. But at this time, you know, there's a balance and there's a standard before the council in terms of balancing property rights, business rights, the economic use, and on the other end of that are some unsubstantiated concerns that we are working hard to address. We're working hard to answer those questions and to give everybody a full education and understanding on how this process works, what a massive economic benefit this will be to the area. And in addition to that, we've submitted a letter from a previous developer. He's an industrial real estate professional that spent over 12 months with engineers, experts, evaluating the site, attempting to find some way, any way to develop this property for some reasonable industrial use. And he has confirmed, and we have spoken to many professionals who absolutely find no economic use of the property unless this rock is removed. And that's the goal here, is to find a viable economic use for a property owner that's been paying taxes for over 10 years, that has spent that time and that effort trying to market this property, to give them the ability and balancing their property rights to mine this property and to make it a good economic use to support everything in that area. And certainly in time, that could become an opportunity for redevelopment. And that's the benefit of having the ability to mine and quarry within all of the state standards that you've heard tonight and you'll hear more about. The proximity to the railroad, the proximity to other industrial property, the fact that your future land use map specifically designates this area for good industrial uses like the one proposed, all of those things support the fact that there is no negative impact on roads or infrastructure, and as our experts have noted, on the neighboring property owners. And we think it's critical that we balance those equities and that, you know, we make sure that we provide you with all of the information in order to help you do that. In addition to that, we're diligently working with our neighbors and continuing that conversation and hope to remain open and able to continue to discuss the potentials for mitigating some of the concerns, whether or not they're supported. And to that, we've submitted some proposed stipulations that we think would help address some of those concerns and we think would help kind of get this within the bounds of what those regulations are and all of the additional things that this operator and developer has proposed to do. And I hope that you'll consider that information. I hope that you'll take that. And certainly, we're here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good evening, Laura Abercrombie, 5328 Presley Place, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. I would like to yield my time to Dr. Bob Cook.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. I'm sorry, I must have missed the 5 minute per person thing. I would have been briefer. Relative to the groundwater issue, I can't find anything after having examined the property to indicate that there are pervasive and significant through-going fractures that would in any way impact surrounding wells. And it's been my experience that granite quarries are in fact very dry. And actually, there's an issue with availability of water for the plants at such quarries, and that water typically has to be recirculated in order to come up with enough water to wash and screen the stone. So from the standpoint of having visited the property, having looked at all of the photography related to the drill core, having looked at the videos, I don't see a geologic reason to deny a permit out here. And I have stood before meetings in the past and said just the opposite. If I thought there was a problem here, I'd be the first person to step forward and tell you, you know, this is not a good site. But from the standpoint of geology, it's not bad. There's, of course, proof is in the pudding. You've got another quarry pretty near, and it's been a good one. And I feel that Mr. Boyd's project would end up with a second quarry that would be okay, would be fine from the standpoint of geology and groundwater. And one other thing, you know, I've looked at lots and lots and lots of water data related to quarries. I've never seen any issue related to nitrate in groundwater around a quarry that was linked to blasting. Quarries normally have to fertilize their green areas. There's a paucity of available nitrogen, not an overabundance due to blasting, although blasting, of course, utilizes ammonium nitrate. But it is consumed in the blast, and there is no impermeable rock here, or no permeable rock that can be infused with nitrogen. Okay, so that was all I had. I think it's, from my standpoint, it's a clean site.
And I apologize for the interruption,
No
Mr.
problem.
Cook. Yes, staff?
9 minutes total left.
I'm sorry?
9 minutes left.
Okay, you have 9 minutes remaining for anyone speaking in favor of. I have no problem with Mr. Boyd if there's no one else. 9 minutes remaining, if that's okay. Mr. Littlefield, is that proper? That's fine. Yes, sir, Mr. Boyd, go ahead.
Thank you. I was hoping I got that clarification early. I wanted to make sure that the council and Madam Mayor understood that we are doing our best to work with neighbors. We're currently talking to residents, business neighbors, to come up with solutions to problems, to bring flexibility to those folks that have concerns about the activities, to ensure those folks that there isn't negative impact to be expected from blasting. I hope that's what you got from our engineer here, Mr. Poole. And, you know, several things out there. Some of the things I'm certain we're going to hear is, you know, property values are going to drop. You know, what I'm proposing to many of these neighbors is that, you know, I buy their property, give them a lifetime estate. If I simply was scared that property values were going to plummet, there's not a chance that I would ever do that. I'm working with one of the business owners to hopefully solve a problem that he has, regardless of whether or not I'm there. And I don't know if Mr. Groover's going to speak tonight or not, but I think we've come to an arrangement, or at least an understanding, that will get him to a place that solves a problem, whether I'm here or not, gets him away from vibration sources that already exist, and hopefully save him that $150,000 to $180,000 a year going forward. And that would consist of potentially a purchase as well. Again, if I was concerned about property values plummeting, I wouldn't be considering that. Additionally, you know, in this process of, you know, looking at trying to work with the adjacent landowners, you know, I want you to understand, I'm not running around trying to buy people's favor. I'm simply trying to give them the flexibility. Should this become a real issue for them, should this come to fruition, like, you know, what is they're imagining, they'll have the flexibility. They want to leave, they can decide on Wednesday and be gone by Friday. You know, it's a really good deal for them, I feel, and I hope they take me up on it. I hope this is seen as a show of good faith. We've submitted the zoning stipulations, and, again, I know there was concern by the opposition that I'm saying these things that there's somehow, I could disappear into the sunset and then they'd be left holding the bag. So we've stipulated all the things that we've talked about, including the buffers as drawn, which have grown in several areas. You'll see that on the revised master concept plan. The civic and educational programs that we've promised to be a part of. Again, a zoning stipulation that any operator, if it's somebody that's not me 100 years from now, will still be held to that, theoretically. So, that comes down to the discretion of the council. The structural surveys that I've offered to do on all adjacent properties, in addition to that, up to 1,000 feet from the blast area, for those that would so desire. Pre-blast surveys of all the structures, make sure we set a baseline prior to the blasting activity so that everybody knows kind of where we are now and where we are post activity. We're making a stipulation that we would constantly monitor the vibration at that site when we're blasting and when we're not. And that information would be made available to neighbors, city council, anybody on demand. Is that it? Can't be. Parking for city services vehicles, we've talked about that. Again, I stipulated that. It's nothing that I could walk away from. If the city services folks are still interested in saving the city, saving the county, saving the taxpayers some money by parking their vehicles on this property, why not? It's an industrial use. It's industrially zoned. It makes sense. It consolidates that industrial traffic instead of taking it further north up South Flat Rock. A couple of the others, I'm going to submit a revised stipulation, and that is that we will submit a design for the entrance. You saw the depiction that we had. It's easy enough to show you a picture. It's another thing to commit to actually building it, but that's what we intend to do. Again, to add to the aesthetics of that area, which it desperately needs. Some of the things I'd like to talk to City Council and others about, I know there's a concern about traffic. You're going to hear about South Flat Rock Road and all the traffic. Well, that's a no truck zone. The trucks won't go up. What we're talking about is a short stretch between South Flat Rock intersection of West Strickland to the railroad. If we need to participate in some form or fashion in making the modifications to that road to make it acceptable, we'll do it. But keep in mind, the WSA dump trucks and utility vehicles, and I've seen other dump trucks go up and down that road every day, right up South Flat Rock without incident. So, we've got to be reasonable about the comments, that are made. A lot of it's supposition. Tonight, you're probably going to hear more unfounded supposition from the opposition about, the things that are completely unfounded, like nitrates in the water. I saw that in the newspaper yesterday. So far, Mr. Shipley has been an expert on blasting, cost structure at a rock quarry, and now groundwater. I simply ask that the appropriate questions are asked with regard to what is the supporting data. So if the groundwater is going to be contaminated by blasting, why is that not happening at the hundreds of other quarries that are operating in the state? It's not true. It's simply not something that happens. I just want to make sure we're asking the right questions. The other point I want to make is the competition. When the quarry across the street has a no rock quarry sign in front of it, what does that tell you? If I was the quarry across the street and I saw several of their employees here today, I'd probably put one in too because I'd want to eliminate competition. And by doing that, they simply put themselves in a position to be able to continue to charge the taxpayers in the city and the county whatever they want for that stone going forward. Mr. Shipley's going to say, like he has on the news, why do we need another rock quarry? Well, I'm certain nobody asked when he opened his machine shop in Paulding County, not Douglas, Paulding County, why do we need another machine shop? Well, it's competition, it's capitalism, it's how it works.
Mr. Board, please don't do personal attacks and just address it.
And that is with all due respect. I'm simply
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'm simply trying to make the examples because of, what I've seen on the news and in the newspapers and in the Sentinel, who's yet to contact me. I just want to kind of set the record straight. I just want there to be facts out there, not supposition by non-experts, not scare tactics that the opposition throws out there to get people worried about, their groundwater, their wells, the nitrates in the water. These things simply aren't true. And I would simply ask that you ask for the supporting data.
Yes, sir.
Again, the schools, one of the big things that we keep hearing is the effects on the schools. The Bluegrass Quarry is far closer to Bright Star Elementary than the proposed project will be to any school. And it has existed with that school for a long time. I've shown great examples of neighboring schools to quarries. So I just want to make sure that is something that's taken into consideration. Again, I want to thank you. I honestly was not trying to make any personal attacks. I was simply trying to address some issues that were out there.
Yes, sir.
And I want you to know that I have made a lot of effort over the last 3.5 weeks. Unfortunately, a lot of that was consumed by Christmas and New Year's, but to get out there, meet with neighbors, come up with solutions, make some offerings that I think should be appealing to those folks to give them flexibility. And again, thank you, Madam Mayor, thank you, Council, for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyd. Okay, that would complete the 30-minute time limit for those speaking in favor of this item. We'll now move to the opposition side, and again, I'll remind you, 5 minutes per speaker. Please, new information only. And we want to make sure that you already have on file the green sheet so that we will have correct information for the press and correct spelling for you in any printed material. So we will then begin the 30 minutes as the first speaker approaches to speak in opposition of this item. Please come forward.
Madam Mayor Robinson, distinguished members of the council, other city officials, and the distinguished elected officials that we have here in our audience. My name is Dot Padgett. I live at 8550 Price Avenue, Douglasville. And if you have not seen me for a while in opposition or for something, it's because I pick my battles. And I thought that coming in opposition to this would be, my voice might be another voice to that maybe you could listen to. I know there's tremendous amount of strong opposition against this. All you have to do is ride down the streets, ride out into the county. You'll see the signs, no rock quarry. So I wonder really and truly why I'm standing here. There's just so much opposition to this, and it gets stronger and stronger. It gets stronger every day. And so I wanted to lend my voice to it. In the letters that I wrote to you, I mentioned something that's very important to me. I spent one of the coldest nights of my life with a group of Girl Scouts at Camp Inagahi. And this was in the early 1960s. That is an absolutely beautiful sight. It's within 6 minutes of where we are right now. It's a beautiful sight. It's a treasure in our county and in our city. That's Camp Inagahi. Those boys and those girls that will be going to that camp cannot survive being adjacent to the dust, the pollution, the noise, the blasting, the things that will be developing around a quarry such as this. If this decision is made for you to put it there, you could be destroying 3 generations of some very hard work of the churches that have developed this camp. The sign on it says established 1954, so that's 3 generations. And right now, it doesn't look too good, but in the summertime, in the fall, it's absolutely beautiful. It is a real contribution to our city. Additionally, I did not hear it tonight, and I have not read it, but did Mr. Boyd provide you all with a plan and his budget for maintaining the site, the thousands and thousands of gallons of water that have to go to keep the dust down? Now, I think that is factual. I've never seen any quarry that did not have this problem. You have to control it with water. Where does this water go? Once it's put on the ground and it's collected the dust, the pollution, then where does it go? So do you have a plan before you and a budget from Mr. Boyd that will maintain this site? Is it actually necessary for Douglasville? Is it something that our own development authorities would go out and would go and try to get to come into our city? Is this a type of industry that they would go and seek and look for? So is this something that they would want in the city, these people that we're paid, that the city of Douglasville pays to come and get industry for us? The opposition is just not in the area adjacent. It is all over. If you ride downtown, you'll see the signs. They're out in the county. The residents that are surrounding them are very definitely opposed to it. I'm a citizen of Douglasville, and I thank you very much for letting us speak tonight in opposition to this.
Thank you, Ms. Padgett.
To the established protocol, already established protocol. My name is Reverend Keenan Hale, St. James AME Church, 8310 Elm Street on the north side of Douglasville. I'm here this evening on behalf of all of these concerned tax-paying citizens that are living on the north side of Douglasville. You've heard their concerns and their cries. It's not totally about the quarry that's being proposed when there's already 3 quarries in the county already. You've heard about the diminished property value, whether it's validated or unsubstantiated, the compromised air and water quality, increased health challenges for our youth and for the seniors, the traffic, the visual impact, the noise, the vibration, the dangerous precedents that would be set, allowing this another quarry to come in, the scale up when they want to increase the size of their quarry, and the emotional distress for the citizens, the tax-paying citizens in the area. I just want to put something on your mind as you render this proposal, and that is the word of God. According to Micah, he says for us to do justly, and that is to not vote for this quarry or zoning for it, to love mercy. Consider your brothers and your sisters, the citizens that are living in that area. They're our brothers and sisters. They're our fellow citizens of Douglasville. Consider them when you're making your decision. And not only do we must do justice and love mercy, but we are to walk humbly. Make sure that the decision that you're going to make, realize that your vote is a vote of alignment. It's a vote of alignment. Are you walking with the community or walking against the community. And I will yield the rest of my time back to our group.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Who's next? How much time do we have, folks?
23 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Natalie Avery, and I am a speech language pathologist at North Douglas Elementary, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the staff and students that attend North Douglas Elementary and how the rock quarry could possibly impact student learning due to the close proximity to the school. It's about the same distance as Bright Star, just a tad bit further out. North Douglas educates over 700 students daily, and it actually houses 4 special needs classrooms with multiple students with a variety of needs. And some of these students are highly sensitive to noises and or vibrations. If the rock quarry causes loud noises or vibrations, it would be highly distractible to all students in their learning, especially those students that have learning disabilities, attention deficit disorder, autism, and there are many of these students attending North Douglas Elementary. Some of these students do not process the environment or the environmental stimuli. They're highly sensitive to it, and certain decibel levels, frequencies, pitches, or vibrations that you or I would not even notice, or we would be able to ignore. These particular students may not be able to do that, and these certain pitches, noises, and vibrations can be very adversive for many of these students, and it is very unpredictable at times to know which ones are, because a lot of them are not able to communicate that to us. When these students become overstimulated by the aversive environmental stimuli, it's very distracting for them, but it often results in aggressive behaviors. And this in turn significantly impacts their learning and the safety of other students and staff members. I know they spoke a little bit about the vibrations, but I didn't hear much reported or much data reported on decibel level noises. And, you know, I'm not a scientist or an engineer, but I would maybe like to see some data on how far, you know, decibel levels travel and how close in regards to that proximity within the school. Conversational speech is at about 60 decibels, about what I'm speaking now. A jackhammer is at about 130 decibels. You know, how far with the blasting and all of that occurring, how would that travel to the school, not only North Douglas, but Bright Star, since it is in close proximity to that. You know, there are also many students there that have asthma or other allergies, and I know that it could possibly cause compromised air quality that could impact their health if they're going outside for recess or any other outdoor activities that they're participating in. So please do not allow this rock quarry to be placed near North Douglas or Bright Star, that's another neighboring school, in order to protect the learning and growth of some of our future citizens of Douglas County.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mayor and Council, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today. My name's Lon Bell from 6470 Cedar Mountain Road, Douglasville, Georgia. Briefly, want to tell you my experience of living where I live. We're in our 4th generation of being on that property. We were there when it was a 1-lane dirt road, long-time resident. My father bought that property with the hopes that we'd be able to live there for generations to come. That's what we have done. My sister has built a home on that property, and I did too. Cut to the chase, in 1996, when I began to build my home on that property, we had to go before to get our permit to do so. When I did that, the building department wanted to come out and meet with me there because of the protruding rock in that area. They wanted to speak with me regarding my foundation, what we were going to do to make sure that was acceptable. I hired a structural engineer to come out, meet with me and the guy from the city, building inspector. We met, discussed that, came up with a good plan. I submitted that to the county, went ahead with erecting my house, built my house, and have lived there since, still live there today. That was in '95. Fast forward to a few years ago, began to have some structural issues with my foundation of my house. I saw some cracks on both sides of my house, so I called the structural engineer, had him come out and look at the house because I didn't know how far to let that go before we needed to do something. His advice to me at the moment was to watch it, see if it continued to move. If it did, then we'd have to do something about it. For the next 2 years, I did that. I watched that. It did continue to move. I had two different companies that I hired to come out to give an assessment on how we need to repair this and the reason why. On the first one that came out, I explained to him, you know, I had a structural engineer involved in the foundation of my house because we were on the rock. And he said, well, he said, you know, a lot of times if you're on rock, he said, if there's any blasting in the area, there's no way to negate that damage. It's going to move. So that's back in '96. It's interesting. Mr. Poole was talking about the standards that have been used since 1982. My house got damaged after 1982. It was 1995, 1996 when it was built. Many years after that when I found the damage. Fast forward that. To this gentleman, when he asked me, you know, if there was blasting, I told him there was a quarry, approximately 5,000 miles as a crow flies to the existing quarry. He said, that's your answer. He said, anything that moves like that, when they fracture the rock, when you have to fracture rock, there's movement deep in the ground. He said, you're on top of the rock that adjoins that quarry. He said, there's going to be movement. Micro vibrations is the term he used in the ground. There were micro vibrations. He said, you know, in a perfect world, they could contain this, but this is not a perfect world, and all vibrations can't be contained. Due to the extensive nature of the repair need to be done to my home, I contacted a second opinion, talked to him, had him come out, asked him the same thing. I did not bring up the quarry first. He told me, he said, there's movement in the ground here. And I said, well, okay. I said, what would cause that? He said, more than likely there's been a shift or a hard movement. He said, any blasting done around here? I said, there is. There's a quarry 5,000 feet away from me. He said, that will be your culprit. He said, that'll be your problem. There's not a way to negate that. I'm telling you as a citizen, lifelong citizen, Douglas County, loves this county, has spent years here with my family and want to stay here. We talk about the water and those kind of things. I want to stay here. I want everybody in that area to be able to live in their home where we grew up. We want to die there. It's where my father passed away. It's where I want to be when I leave. You know, we listened to the gentleman talking about the money and the multipliers. We're talking about multipliers. You're talking about money. How about the multiplier we can't put a number on? How about our lives? It's the lives of us, y'all. I'm telling you, I understand he's a businessman. I'm a businessman. We want to make money. We want to be a capitalist. But please don't do this at the expense of all the people here. These are good people that have lived here. Our community's close. We have a tight community. We love each other. And I just ask you, please, for the sake of our homes, I submitted to y'all quickly. I submitted to y'all the evidence of my home. You've all seen that. You've all seen the reports from the structural engineers. You've also, I had to pay $12,000 to get that fixed not very long ago, less than 2 years ago. On behalf of us, please listen to our cry.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Who's next?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time. I'm Beth Johnson, 8940 Rose Avenue, Douglasville, Georgia. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Frank Jenkins, our attorney.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council of Douglasville, I'm Frank Jenkins, and I'm from Cartersville. I'm an attorney and represent the good citizens of Douglasville who are in opposition to the quarry. My address is 15 South Public Square in Cartersville. I've had a personal experience dealing with quarry. A quarry moved near my home in Cartersville. It's about half a mile from my home through the woods. And I experienced the noise from that quarry. There's been no discussion about rock grinders. These rocks that are dynamited have to be ground up to be carried off. And those grinders make an incredible amount of noise. I hear them early in the morning at my home from half a mile away. And I experienced the blasting from the quarry. And if you've ever had a blast hit your home, it is quite a powerful impact on your house. And you've just had discussion about how it can affect you. I've handled a number of cases involving quarries, and I can take you down to Columbus, Georgia, for example, or Harris County, right by Columbus, and I can introduce you to people who are near the quarry, approximately half a mile from the quarry, who can describe to you how their foundations and the concrete slabs under their homes have splintered from the blasting that goes from the quarry. I can take you to people there who have experienced air blast that are caused by blasting when the air is pushed up and bounces off the clouds in the sky and down, and describe for you the impact that it has on their home. I can have them describe for you the dust that settles, how a yard or a car or furniture in the yard is covered with dust that's within 2,000 or 3,000 feet of a quarry. And that's that close to the quarry. It goes beyond that. I can take you to Talbot County and have you talk to people who've had the dust accumulation, who've experienced the noise of the backup trucks on quarry property when they back up, which is quite frequent, and they have those backup alarms that are sounded that affect those people. Quarries are unusual because they don't confine the adverse impact just to the property where they're located. It extends well beyond the property. And I have the personal experience myself of that, as well as these people who've talked here. And some others will if this quarry is approved. Not only this ill effect, but the traffic. You review the DRI report, for example, that was submitted by the applicant, and you see that there will be, based on the number of trips that are projected, that there'll be a truck in or out every 2.5 minutes on this property. And during the peak hour, and this is in the DRI report, in the peak hour, there'll be a truck every 1.3 minutes in and out of that property. That causes problems for other traffic. It causes problems for road maintenance, and nobody enjoys driving behind trucks. I have to do it quite a bit, unfortunately, because of the quarry that's near my property. So you can protect these people from that adverse effect. It's very unusual that there is such a groundswell of opposition, not just people who live at or near the proposed site, but people all over the city who said, this is not right. This is not right to develop this kind of adverse and intense industrial development in our city. I also want to add that there was conditions placed on this property in '97 by this council, a number of conditions that list the property for that condition its use for concrete batching plant and for an asphalt plant. I have the minutes and also the ordinance that was adopted by the city. That has never been addressed. There's never been an application to change those conditions as required by your zoning ordinance. And so there's a due process problem that exists, as well as what would be the right thing to do. Those conditions still exist on that property, so I think it would be perhaps a legal impediment to approving it without actually having an application and dealing with changing those conditions. I have that, and I'll leave it with the clerk when I step down to be made a part of the record, that particular ordinance and the accompanying documents. So we ask you to consider that as well. Your ordinance requires that when you are approving a special use permit, that you consider certain standards that are important for approval or denial of a special use permit. And one of those conditions is that the proposed special use permit is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning on the property. And if you read your provisions on light industrial, for example, which is one of the zonings that you are being asked to change, you'll see it doesn't even permit a quarry. So it is not consistent with the purpose and intent of the light industrial zoning at all. And I know that there's been some concern, it's been passed around that you'd be sued, and I'm sure that there is some concern if you were to deny this that you are going to be sued. It could well be that you're going to be sued either way, so I'm asking that if you think that's a concern, then think what you can do that's right for the city and not let the prospect of suit be the governing factor or feature that you would take into account. I think it's a matter of doing what you believe and what these citizens believe is right for this city, and so I would ask that you take into account the concern of these citizens as opposed to the economic well-being of one or two people who may make enormous amounts of money. You have citizens who have to live with the prospect of a quarry and the ill or adverse effects of a quarry. And I ask you to deny the proposed rezoning of this property. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. How much time?
We have a total of 7 minutes left.
7 minutes remaining. Who is next, please? Thank you all thus far for keeping it to new information, which we have not heard prior. Thank you very much.
My name is Ann Martin. My husband and I live at 6660 North Baggett Road, Douglasville. We are the first property on North Baggett Road, therefore our property joins Mr. Blankenship's property. And tonight I'm speaking on kind of a personal note, but I'm sure there are other people in this area who are in the same situation as my husband and I are, possibly facing relocation. As I said before, the house, we bound the property of Mr. Blankenship, and our house is located about 300 feet from that property line. And this is the side of the property that the processing plant is planning to be on, also the railroad spur. And by the way, our bedroom is on that side. We have lived here for 30 years. We are now retired. My husband served Douglas County as a deputy sheriff, and I taught school. We had planned to live here through our retirement, but the location of our property is very conducive to our way of living. It's close to medical facilities that old people like us need, and also the shopping areas is very close by. And it enables us to live independently, even though we're in our 80s. So we would greatly appreciate a no vote on this zoning. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. We have approximately 5 minutes remaining. Next, please.
My name's Curtis Shipley. I live at 1122 Doris Road, Douglasville, Georgia. Again, I want to thank you all for this opportunity to air our concerns. One of the things I'd like to address is the difference in zoning between heavy industrial and heavy industrial with a special land use permit. One of the things I've heard that concerns me is that part of this property is already zoned heavy industrial, and so that makes it a perfect fit for a rock quarry. What I'd like to point out to you is that back in 1999, the city of Douglasville changed its zoning ordinances. Prior to the change, if you had property that was zoned heavy industrial, you could by right put a rock quarry on it. You didn't need any additional zoning. The city of Douglasville realized that the impact that a quarry has, the preponderance is much greater than any other typical use for a heavy industrial application. And so it raised the bar. It added, now you must have a special land use permit for mining. So I'd just like to point out that just the fact that it is zoned heavy industrial certainly does not mean it is a good fit for this application. We've heard that Georgia Stone is working with the neighbors, trying to work something out there. And I'm not denying he is, but I would like to say this. I know that he's gone to at least one of the landowners. The landowner made a price on his property, and Mr. Boyd said, no, thank you. And so I don't think there's any more negotiations going on there. So the problem is this. Even if he were to buy every piece of property around that, it doesn't change the legal standards, the zoning standards. All it does is move the adjacent landowner further out. The next guy now becomes the adjacent landowner. The legal standards, the impact that this makes is why it doesn't fit with the 7 criteria that come under the special land use permit. And if you look at the criteria, you see that the impact is what creates the issue here. It's why it's not permissible for this to go forward. I would respectfully ask that you would vote this thing down, turn it down. It wasn't a good idea back when it was only 78 acres. It's even a worse idea now that it's 200 acres. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. Anyone else?
We have 2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes. Anyone else like to speak in opposition to this application? Please come forward.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is John Ferran. I have lived at 6601 Cedar Mountain Road, Douglasville, Georgia, for the last 10 years. Prior to that, I lived at 6664 Cedar Mountain Road, Douglasville, Georgia, where I was born. That was 60 years ago. I have lived in the shadow of this quarry for 60 years. To tell me there is no impact is a misnomer. I don't understand that at all. I grew up with that rock quarry. I've heard the noise, and that rock quarry is on the other side of the tracks. Now they want to double down with more impact and put another quarry on this side of the tracks. For goodness sakes, don't tell me there's not an impact. I heard it when I was growing up. Now the mine is extremely deep. That property will never be used for any other purpose for the rest of many, many, many generations of the future. Now we will take this proposal, and if you vote yes for the next 100, 200 years or further, that's all this property will ever be used for. And those blasts, when they're at the top of the surface, even after they clear the dirt away, they will be heard. I don't care what anybody here, I don't care what the doctor says or anybody else. They will be heard by us. I heard them when they were over at the other mine. That mine had been open quite a few years before I was born. But they were still blasting, and you could still hear it, you could feel it. And we were, what, a mile and a half away. Our land values are going to be impacted. Our property values are going to be impacted. The impact on this community is far outweigh any of the positives that are involved in this process. I would ask that you vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Appreciate that. Has our time now expired? Thank you very much. Time has expired for those wanting to speak in opposition to this. I would then entertain any questions of council for any of those that have spoken. If we might do that, please.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Siegel, I think you had raised your hand first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Poole.
Mr. Poole, would you come back to the
seismologist.
podium, please?
Hi there. Thank you for coming back up. I grew up in Southern California. We have the occasional seismic event that occurs out there, earthquakes. And it's been the experience that your distance from the epicenter could give you a different experience in what you actually feel. You could actually be 10 miles away and feel it stronger than somebody who's, say, 5 miles away, depending on what kind of ground you're on. And in Southern California, we've got lots of different types of ground. I don't know the geologic definitions of the different types, but in your comments, you mentioned that adjacent properties probably wouldn't be feeling anything. What about properties that are further away that aren't sitting on the same type of ground as the ones adjacent? Might they feel something?
Well, this is actually quite different than an earthquake, and earthquakes vary quite a bit in themselves, so, and I'm not an expert in earthquakes, but typically earthquakes are much deeper in the ground. They are often miles deep in the ground where they occur. And then so you have a much different effect of how the vibrations travel and how they may affect or may be felt differently at different distances. And also you have an effect of frequency changes further out, lower frequency things which are more perceptible to people. In this case, where you're with blasting activities, is very much a surface activity. Granted, it does go down into the ground, but as far as geological and engineering terms, it's really a surface activity. And the vibrations dissipate out very much like if you were to throw a rock in a pond and you see the bigger vibrations right where it splashed, right where, and then they dissipate out in rings and dissipate with distance. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then one other question. Mr. Bell, I'm sure you heard him mention about micro vibrations. Can you address that?
I would need to understand a little bit better what he was saying, or maybe talk to his engineer. I'm very hesitant to say anything about his situation without knowing more actual facts involved, understand his concerns. And
Have you ever heard of the expression micro vibrations?
Well, I mean, micro in general just means small.
Right.
So micro vibrations in our industry is not a term we typically use because we're always trying to get small vibrations. As far as how his structural engineer may have meant it or something, I'm not exactly sure. So I'm very hesitant to say anything about what his engineer, just the chain of information. I'd want a little bit more clarity on that.
Okay, thank you. No other questions, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much, Mr. Siegel. Madam Mayor, you had a question for someone?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Poole, you're going to be popular. So it was basically in the same line of questions as Councilman Siegel said about the vibrations and the seismographs and blasting that was dictated. It isn't dynamite anymore, or what, you said you watched the film, or you and Dr. Cook watched the film, and that it isn't as impactful as it had been in the past. Is that what you're saying now?
Yes, well, I hadn't watched the film, so there's
okay,
that,
so
that was him,
Dr.
not me.
Cook.
But
yes, sir.
But yes, I've been in this industry for 25 years, and there is consistently progress and products and initiating systems, electronics, how everything is done. As technology evolves for everything, when I started in this industry, I didn't have a cell phone. I mean, I didn't have any of that stuff.
Yes,
we didn't even have laptop computers at the time. I had to go back to my desk at the office. Our seismographs printed on paper. So everything has evolved over time, and so hasn't the technology in blasting. The advances that they've made in the last just 5 or 10 years have been very significant as far as accuracy of timing. Not trying to take up too much time here, but every hole, when you do a blast, it's not one big boom. It's many small holes connect together. Time, they actually fire independent times. They are milliseconds apart.
Okay.
And with new electronic systems, with digital systems that they use now, the accuracy is, I mean, it's phenomenal compared to even just 20 years ago what they were using. And then as far as the actual products used, you say dynamite is still used in the blasting industry for certain instances, but not typically in quarry operations. This would be actually an emulsion. It's depending on exactly what to use, it's still considered, I suppose it's more of an expansion agent than actually an explosive, as in dynamite has a very high shock value and not necessarily a lot of expansion value. And what they're trying to do here in the explosives they develop for quarry operations have a lower shock value just to get fracturing, and then have more of an expansion agent, which is just gases expanding to help push and break the rock. Basically, they want to give it a little bit of fracture, and then they use the gases actually just kind of push it over into the pit so that it can fracture and be dug up and be used. So the products have changed quite a bit.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank
Sure.
you, Mr. Poole. Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I had a question for...
Question for someone else?
Yes, sir. Mr. Boyd. Thank you so much, Mr. Boyd. I wanted to commend you on listening. The last time that you were here, I'd spoken with you and asked you to please talk to the neighbors and try to work with them. And I appreciate you doing that and really addressing some of those health, civic education, traffic, economy, economic, all of those issues. And of course, we want Class A development in the city of Douglasville, whether it be residential, industrial, commercial, business. We want Class A businesses. So with that being said, the $44 million that's proposed for the quarry and $310 million for tax revenue, you were talked about rails. How would that affect? I know there's an amount that was based on what Bluegrass has done and what you propose, how your facility would be. So you're doing a range based on data that is correct from Bluegrass, but is projected for you. How much of that tax base or monies would be in the city of Douglasville? If you're doing rails, that would go in wherever, if it's going to Chicago or whomever else, they would get the tax money seemingly rather than the city. So how much are we truly out of that portion, a proportion of monies that's going to be made annually with the city of Douglasville receive?
Directly to the city, so it's paid to the county, obviously, and then the city.
Yes, and allocated to the city. Yes, sir.
I would have to dig a little deeper, and I'll be happy to do that. Again, it is a very, very difficult calculation in that, we reached out to the tax assessor here and tried to get that answer. We were unable to do that. As I said, it's been 3.5 weeks, and much of that was consumed with the holidays. I'll be happy to dig straight back into that if we can get, the appropriate responsiveness there at the tax assessor's office. I'll get that to you quickly. Again, that is a conservative number. The $300 plus $1,000 in tax revenue. It's hard to predict the sales revenue. To your point about materials that is shipped by rail into other areas, a non-finished product or the rail, who we have come to understand is tax exempt for, whatever reason, no, that tax wouldn't be collected here. But what that does do with that incremental tonnage is provide more hours of work for the folks that work there. It provides incremental work for every employee, the scale clerks, the plant operators, repair, the whole 9 yards. That's what kind of creates, the benefit here for those materials that are not taxed at that site.
Okay.
Bluegrass is really no different. If they sell a material to a ready-mix plant or an asphalt plant, it's not taxed there at their plant. It's taxed when it leaves there for the end user. And if that plant's not in Douglas County, it's taxed in a different county. So that makes it even tougher really to predict as we look out 1, 2, 5, 20 years to understand who those customers will be. Are they here? Are they across the line in Paulding? Are they in Carroll County? That's what really makes it difficult. But I will get as close to I can to your answer in terms of what is the city's direct benefit.
Thank you
quickly.
so much, Mr. Boyd. Okay, a couple more folks. I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
No, ma'am.
Let me get them done. So Dr. Cook.
Dr. Cook.
Dr. Cook, please. My brother-in-law played football for Auburn, so I'm going to let you.
He probably
Danny
took
Robinson.
geology
Yeah,
then.
did a great job. I know that Mr. Poole did not want to address the specifics about Mr. Bell and his property, and we did receive that information in one of our packets that he in fact did have to pay a $12,000 bill for structural damage. So for rocks, you said that it's dry. That area is very dry, and there isn't any water in the area for those rocks. And so with that analogy of throwing a rock in the water and the trickle effect that goes outward, could that over time cause structural damage to a property that is 5,000 feet away? And if that's happened to him at his home being 5,000 feet away, this new proposed quarry would be 3,000. So would that affect, just from the rock standpoint, if it's deep down in the ground and the blasting is down deep, would that crack those rocks and have a trickle effect?
Good question. I don't know where his property is relative to the existing quarry.
It's
that's
5,000
blasting.
feet away, and this proposal to be
It depends
3,000.
on whether or not it is to the northeast or
Okay.
southwest of the quarry, or to the northwest or southeast of the quarry. If it's northwest or southeast, there shouldn't be much impact at all.
Okay.
The rock in that quarry, as well as the proposed quarry, that rock strikes to the northeast. And so the propagation of waves in the rock that you are quarrying is going to be more easily propagated in the direction that rock is going, which is to the northeast or southwest. So if he lives over here to the northwest, then you may feel it, but it's not going to be with the same intensity. Plus, there are boundaries between rock units out here, and if the vibrations hit one of those boundaries, then they may be propagated up to the northeast or southwest and never really cross that boundary very much. To answer your question, there are three types of waves associated with the San Andreas Fault. They're surface waves that produce all the damage, and frankly, that's something I would be, if I was building a quarry, then it would be surface waves I'd be more concerned with. They move slow. It's the slow moving waves that do significant damage. The faster moving waves in earthquakes, they don't do much damage at all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Cook. Two more, Mr. Chairman, and I'm all done.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. Miss Abrams, teacher from North Douglas. Yeah, Avery. Thank you so much. And this is just a quick question. Thank you for what you do. My teachers and my children attended North Douglas Elementary, all three, and they've done really well. That was a great foundation. So you said the students, there are 4 special needs classes, and you talked about the environmental stimuli and all of that. Does that affect the students currently? Can they hear? I know there's a rock quarry that you were saying, of course we all know what's there. So do they feel that now?
I mean, I don't have any factual information that they can feel it, but one of the issues with that, the kids that are the most sensitive to some of that environmental stimuli are not able to communicate to tell us what's actually bothering them when they are having these, episodes. I will say that within their classroom, when an example I'm going to use is just something that I've experienced. If the child beside them is crying, they can have a significant behavior breakdown because they are so hypersensitive to the noise of the child, which I understand is right next to them, but that's a typical decibel level of another student that's by them. It could be something as simple as a hum from the Promethean board that could be bothering them. But again, a lot of these students are not able to communicate that, nor would they be able to communicate something as abstract as, a vibration they're feeling or something different that they're feeling across their day that wasn't there before. If this rock quarry goes through and that is something that changes in their environment. So it's, it would be hard to say whether they, if it's actually from that or from something else. But my point is, why add or put another aversive thing in their environment that could possibly cause something like that to happen?
Okay,
does
because I
that
was
answer
trying to
your
have
question?
a quantitative data or just understand if you don't know if the current quarry is causing any issues, how could you make the,
Right,
you
and
know,
that one
the
I think is a
correlation that
little.
if this new one would?
I do know. I also will speak that I also work at Winston Elementary,
Mm-hmm.
and when we are outside at Winston Elementary, we can hear blast.
Okay.
Sometimes I don't. Like I said, I'm not an engineer. I'm not
Thanks.
specialist in rock quarries, but I have worked at multiple schools across the county, and I am currently at Winston. And we are outside when we do hear those, but
Mm-hmm.
many of those we don't have the same makeup of students at
Understood.
Winston Elementary. Without giving too much information
Understand.
out. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. Just not adding something into the equation that might affect them
Right,
adversely.
and not only those students that are highly sensitive, but any students that have any kind of attention difficulties. I just feel like in education in general, where kids have to deal with so much already, why add an extra rock quarry? I know there's one that's previously there, but why add that to their learning that could impact it?
Thank you so much. Last one, Attorney Jenkins. Thank you for your patience. Thank everyone for their patience. All right, Attorney Jenkins, we're lawyered up on both sides. Did you see that? Yes, sir.
It often happens, Mayor.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you briefly about, you talked about the noise and your personal testimony that you live near a quarry.
Yes, ma'am.
In all of these previous presentations that we have heard, they've talked about technology and how things have changed, and I've actually talked to several business owners in the community that said they had blasting maybe 15 years ago, and now 2 years, between 2 and 5 years, they haven't had as much blasting. They do not feel the vibrations. Not to give way to either testimony, some folks say they still feel it. It's in their pictures move in their homes. So for you, has anything changed? You say you grew up with that. When you bought the home previously, has that changed over time?
No, it has not,
Okay.
Mayor. I haven't noticed any change in that. And I've also been involved in lawsuits involving quarries and have examined and heard blasting experts testify about blasting and about what happens in the course of blasting. And there is nothing that I've heard in the work that I've done that the technology has improved to the extent that it reduces the vibrations that come from a blasting operation.
Yes, sir.
Remember, they are taking dynamite, or actually it's AMFO, which is the same thing that was used in the federal building in Oklahoma City. And they stuff these down in holes, and they'll have 100 or more perhaps. And they blast them in sequence to blow the rock off the edge of a straight line. And that blast has to go somewhere. I've had experts say that blast goes up primarily and then out. I know of nothing that indicates that the technology of blasting with dynamite has improved over the last 20 years or so.
And it has not improved for you?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
It has not.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, that's it. Can you believe it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions that council may have of any individual who has spoken?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Yaki?
Mr. Boyd? All we've been hearing is blasting situations. We're not hearing about the grinding situation, okay? There's gonna be more grinding than blasting. So what are the decimals in regards to the grinding process? Do we have that information?
Again, it depends on the type of equipment. It depends on the capacity of the plant that is selected. We haven't gotten to that point of engineering, that point of understanding, what specifically we would choose. So for instance, I'm not trying to be evasive, there's different types of primary crushers, the first crusher that it would hit. Whether that was a gyratory like the one they use across the street or a jaw crusher, they could make different noises. But in terms of those decimals, I'll be happy to give you specifics. I'm not trying to, be evasive. They are relatively loud up close, but you get back, 30, 40 feet, they're not so much. There's ways to abate noise in these plants. It's not just the crushing, it's the screening. We've talked about the different screen media that you can use to dampen noise, lining chutes and bins with rubber to dampen noise. I know one of the things, and I heard it with one of the neighbors as I was visiting yesterday, as a matter of fact, is hearing the backup alarms. And we've mentioned this in previous meetings. There are different types of backup alarms that they offer that don't carry that kind of distance, that simply carry, 200 feet instead of 2,000. And, that's, again, something that we would intend to employ on this site in order to minimize any kind of noise pollution. One of the other differences, and I know Ms. Martin's concern and the distance that she lives, but we're leaving substantial undisturbed buffers. So one of the best dampeners of noise are large, very large, tall, mature trees. And we're talking about leaving hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet of those. That's something that doesn't exist at Bluegrass. You can drive down Bankhead Highway and look down and see the stockpiles and the crushing equipment and the loaders and the trucks and everything else. So we're not comparing apples and apples here with regard to the noise production and the potential for noise abatement.
Okay, and the other question I have is water, okay? One of the people in here has said that, issues with water. I know that you're going to have to do something with the dust. I know that something's going to have to be done with the water that's got the dust in it. And also, where do you get the water? Because supposedly this is a dry area. So those are some other concerns that I have.
Excellent question. And, typically in this sort of scenario, as Dr. Cook mentioned, that, sometimes there's issues with having enough water to do what you've got to do. So typically what happens is in the initial development process, you build ponds that capture that stormwater. Those are twofold. You capture them so that you'll have adequate processed water to wash the material and to suppress the dust that's created by the process. And secondly, to settle out any of the fine particulate that might be in that, as stormwater often does, or processed water would certainly have. So somebody asked, what is that budget? What is that plan? That is all part of the application that is submitted to the Environmental Protection Division that they approve to make sure that you're doing things adequately to handle your water, both process and stormwater. And again, it is highly regulated. Anywhere you have a discharge point where that water ultimately leaves the property, you'll be sampling that at a minimum of twice a month and during any kind of major rain event. So, long story short, you capture that water, you use it, you recycle it, and you settle it, you contain particulate, you discharge when you discharge, but it's clean when you do.
Okay. Sorry, one more question. The dust. And that's what we're hearing tonight is about the dust. It's on everybody's property and all this kind of stuff. Doesn't the EPA or the EPD have something to do with that?
Yes, sir. The Environmental Protection Division not only has the water branch, but they have the air branch that deals specifically with that. And that's noxious emissions, diesel emissions. They set limits there, dust, airborne particulate. All of those levels are set. Again, we talked about the last complaint on the Bluegrass site, which wasn't Bluegrass at the time, was 12 and a half years ago. You've got regulators that come out immediately. They inspect, they make sure that they're in compliance. Again, if folks are having problems with significant dust that is over and above that regulated level, there's ways to fix that. Call the regulators. But in terms of how that is typically handled and how it will be handled on this site, again, there's spray systems at all the transfer points, and in those stipulations, and I missed that, the zoning stipulations, one of the things we're offering to put in as a stipulation is permanent sprays down all of the roads that the customer trucks travel, so that it's not just a water truck that comes by periodically, it would remain wet, because a lot of times that's where your greatest source is, where the customer trucks come in and out. In addition to that, we would build and maintain a wheel wash. And what that essentially is that every truck, dump truck that comes out of there would be required to drive through what is essentially a bath to wash the tires so that no particulate is tracked out onto the public roads. That seems to me is one of the bigger issues on Bankhead Highway, that, you know, those types of measures are not currently in place at some of the other industries and businesses there, and it may help.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman Adams, I have a question.
Sure.
That wasn't discussed tonight. Mr. Boyd, thank you for being very thorough and bringing your support with you. Just a question in regards to the job industry. I know that early on in some of the meetings, there were comments in regards to, you know, Douglas County wanted to bring jobs into Douglasville, viable jobs that pay. My question to you is, and you've been in this business for a long time, I think you said lifelong, actually, you grew up in it. Can you please give me an average from the front end of opening the quarry, is how many jobs will be offered? And I know you'll have removing trees and doing that nature. And then let's say move forward 10 years. What is the average number of employees, and what is the average pay at that time?
Good question as well. During the site development process, where we are, you know, developing the pit area, developing the plant site, constructing the plant, building the pond, and all the erosion control measures, the estimate is that we would be somewhere around 100 plus or minus jobs. That would be for a time frame of somewhere about 18 months. That's weather permitting. So weather can change any of that. Again, that would be those jobs would be filled by local contractors. So, you know, again, this isn't my first rodeo. I know who they are. I know where they are. It's not going to be overly burdensome. We're not talking about 100 people moving their families to Douglasville for 18 months and leaving. We're talking about local contractors, you know, that may come in and stay during the week at the local hotels, but not necessarily move in and create a disruption. Going forward, as the quarry is in, the rail service is installed, and the activities that take place that don't necessarily take place across the street, like the export of material, the import of material, natural sand that's currently trucked out of South Georgia. We would intend to bring that material in and get it closer to the source, and would actually have the opposite effect on traffic. It would reduce traffic. It's less truck miles to get it to its final destination. I digress, I'm sorry. But once we get all of that up and running, the import, export, warehousing, and quarry business, the anticipation is 30 to 35 jobs.
And the average, so on the front end of contractors, I'm hearing you didn't say this, but contractors, engineering, so those will be the high-end jobs and the high-paying jobs.
Yep. The contractors that would come in to do that would contract to do whatever that job is. So I can't really tell you what they're paying their people, but
based on your
you know,
experience,
it would be a contract price. But in terms of the employees of the business going forward, that 30 to 35 jobs would be between $50,000 and $70,000.
And those jobs would be?
Those would be plant operators, equipment operators, welders, maintenance folks, the folks that are loading and unloading rail, the folks that are in the warehouse, the folks that are dealing with the natural sand, those in the shipping loaders, operators, you know, it's the whole 9 yards.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. No other questions?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. Could I have a moment?
Sure.
Mr. Bard. I'm hearing that the quarry shuts down about three months out of a year. Is that year-round?
Yes, this particular site, the model is we've talked about prior is different in that there's going to be incremental sales from this site that the current site doesn't necessarily have now. And if they're shutting down 3 months out of the year, That would surprise me in this current market, but this would be a 12-month operation.
Also, I have another question. What make your quarry different from the other quarries? And who will accept liability? If I'm in the area and my house cracking, got 2 quarries, somebody gonna have to pay.
Well, yeah. I agree. Again, we have agreed to monitor constantly. So should somebody have a problem, those monitors are not only going to be measuring the vibrations from our site, it's going to be measuring the vibrations from the other site. So should somebody come in and say, hey, my picture fell off the wall and somebody's got to pay for this, it would be relatively easy to determine who that was if it was somebody. Again, I don't know how you answered that specifically, but with the pre-blast surveys that would be performed, if somebody's having an issue, you bring the experts back out, you let them resurvey the home, the structure, whatever, and we'll have to figure that out. If it's determined to be from blasting, which I highly doubt, then we will be responsible. We will be held accountable. And that kind of surprises me that a $12,000 bill wasn't somehow rectified, by the other site if that was the source.
So how many miles radius you can hear the blasting?
I think that really depends on, the blast, where it is in the pit relative to, the surface, cloud cover, that sort of thing. I don't know. Is that something that you could address?
Not any better than you just did, really.
Yeah.
There are a lot of variables depending on weather conditions, everything
But
can impact that.
it depends. Quarter mile, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, depending on cloud cover. I guess you could, but you're not talking about a significant boom, knock you off your bicycle. You're talking about a distant rumble.
Sometimes you have airplanes come over to give you the rumble effect. So if something fall off, I'm gonna say it come from your plant.
Well, again, we'll have a record of when the blasts were, and the
Councilman Davis.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Council, have we exhausted our questions?
I just have, I'll try to make this quick. This may be for Mr. Cook. It has to do with one of the reports presented by the opposition about dust, the crystalline silica dust that's produced by some mines that causes, through inhalation by employees and or people within a certain distance. I just was wondering, I don't know anything about that. Is that something that would be common to this type of rock? Would this be something produced in this type of mining?
This is a great question. If you go to Lowe's or to Home Depot and buy a bag of sand for your kid's sandbox, you're going to see a warning on it, contains crystalline silica. The most common mineral there is quartz. You go down to the beach, you got crystalline silica all over the place. And as usual, there are federal regulations that are over-regulations that deal with crystalline silica. And every granite quarry has crystalline silica. Everyone, because every granite contains at least 50% quartz. I mean, granites contain 70% SiO2. Some of that is in feldspar, some of it is in mica, but a lot of it is simply crystalline silica, which is quartz. And sure, we got it when we walk out here to our cars. There's going to be plenty of it that we walk over. So yeah, it's a consideration. That's one of the reasons that you spray water on your dust, because a component of dust is going to be quartz, and quartz by definition is crystalline silica. So yeah, that's a good question.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Sure.
My last question is for Ms. Avery from North Douglas. Ms. Avery, I'll ask it as you approach. You're familiar with Winston, you're familiar with North Douglas and the potential problems. You can't say for certain, according to you tonight, but potentially. And I was just wondering, Mr. Boyd mentioned earlier that Bright Star is closer to the present mine, Bluegrass, than the proposed site is to your school. So are you aware, even though you may not be at Bright Star, are you aware of any issues directly related to the mining at Bluegrass and any effects on special needs children at Bright Star?
I am not, but that's why I was, I stated earlier that I did not hear any really specific data on decibel levels and if they're going to be using heavy machinery, how far those sound waves travel, or even if it's the blasting. I'm, like I said, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a scientist, but I would maybe like to see some data on that when they do figure out what kinds of machinery or, the crushers that they will be using and what that's going to cause for those surrounding schools. North Douglas is 2.1 miles away from West Strickland Street. Bright Star is 2.0 miles away, so there's not a significant difference there, but I don't currently work at Bright Star, so I can't speak for that school.
Dr. Scott is here. We don't want to put him on the spot.
Hey,
Sorry, what?
Thank you, Ms. Avery.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Council. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Mayor, do you have a question?
I had a statement.
Right
As
ahead.
before, yes,
Go
sir,
right
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, as we did before. Of course, we are really humbled, as the pastor brought before us. We're humbled by the outturn and the response to the community, whether you are in support of the quarry or against it. And so, as we did in the last meeting, I wanted to see, with your okay, the folks who supported the quarry and the ones who did not. There were many people here that did not have an opportunity to speak because we had a condensed time, and some of you have spoken in the past. And we appreciate the investment that someone wants to put into our community of $44 million, and we appreciate the folks that say it's, you can't put a price tag on life. So can we have the fors and the against, please?
Madam Mayor, I'll go along with that. I would ask in a very respectful manner just simply to stand if you are here in favor of this petition. That is going to be difficult for us to measure because we do have an overflow room, and obviously they can hear us through audio. Will we have that on tape? I would assume that we would. Thank you very much. And now those that are here in opposition of the application. Madam Mayor, is that sufficient for you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Be seated. Okay. This will conclude the public hearing concerning item 22-16-49. I will read items 22-16-50 and 22-16-51, both of which are connected to this. We will not have further public comment or further input on those items. So that completes the public hearing, and we will take this issue up on Tuesday. I will then go ahead to items C and D, and then I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. Item C. Again, let me thank each of you for your respect, for your timeliness, for your fairness to one another. I appreciate it as a means of community among us all, and I thank each of you for your input. I'm going to wait just a moment in order for them to leave if they would like.
I tell you what, I second the motion on the 5-minute recess. Either that or convert to closet now.
Folks, we have not recessed. Would you please exit the building if you plan to, so that we can continue our meeting.
We will call a 5-minute recess for the council and resume when we come back. Thank you. 5-minute recess. We will reconvene our city council meeting coming out of recess that we had. 5 minutes, that was a northern 5 minutes. That was too much longer. So we will continue with our council agenda. And the committee that we're under is Community and Economic Development. That chair is Councilmember Mark Adams, and he is on item C.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will resume. I will begin then again with item C. It's item 22-16-50, tabled from December 19th, 2016. Hold a public hearing and consider a request for change in zoning from IL Light Industrial to IH Heavy Industrial District with a special land use permit for mining and quarrying for 45.55 plus or minus acres, located parcel 01900250009 in land lot 190, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 9. Application made by Bart L. Boyd. We've already had all discussion, not going to have any other discussion on that item tonight, and we will take it up on Tuesday.
Yes,
Item 22-16-51, table from December 19th, 2016. Consider a request for an amendment to the City of Douglasville's future land use plan from light industrial to heavy industrial on 45.55 plus or minus acres at parcel number 01900250009, located land lot 190, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 9. Application made by Mr. Bart Boyd. Same on item 22-16-51. We'll take no other comment or information on it. We'll take that item up on Tuesday night. Let's see. Then I will jump to item F, as we have already handled EF. We've already handled EFG, so we'll go to item H. And that is to hold a public hearing, request for a special land use permit for sales and services, new and used cars for .87 plus or minus acres. Zone CG General Commercial at 9130 Highway 5, located land lot 162, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 16. Application made by Mr. Mark Collins. Is there someone here to represent that application? If so, sir, if you'd please give us your name and address for the record. I assume you have turned in your green sheet as far as registering with the clerk. Is that correct? Okay. Give us your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Mark Collins. My address is 8614 Stone Creek Court in Douglasville, Georgia, 30135.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. This is a public hearing, again, in which we will have a total of 30 minutes for and 30 minutes in opposition for folks to speak for or against the application. Mr. Collins is the applicant. We'll allow him to begin and tell us what your plans are, Mr. Collins.
Well, my plans has started already. Actually, this is a rezoning. It's already given me this is like what we call a renewal of it. I've gotten a year of angler's permit on the property already. So I'm trying to renew it again.
Okay, so this is actually a renewal. Is that correct, staff?
Oh, okay. That's different.
Say that.
I'm sorry, I did not have that in my presentation, but
yes, this is a
that's right.
renewal of his
Okay.
special land use permit. He had it approved for 1 year, and it has
expired, and now he's back again to get it renewed.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Any other information?
Well, so far the property has been one of them that is pretty good for what I'm doing, and it seems so far to have a lot of promise for the future.
Okay.
And for the service of the community, and for the betterment of myself also, and the people around me. So all we're doing now is trying to put out quality service, so that people can be better off with their automobiles, repairs that we're doing there already, and providing cars, good quality cars for the people in the surrounding area.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else here to speak in favor of this application for renewal? All right. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition of a renewal for this special land use permit? If not, I will close the public hearing on this item, Mr. Collins. Having completed that, we will, if you will come back on Tuesday, we will hold that second public hearing and then have a decision on that item on Tuesday night. That closes this public hearing. Thank you very much, sir.
God bless you. Bye.
Mr. Chairman Adams, on Monday, on Tuesday, I'm sorry, after the public hearing, if there aren't any opposition, since he is coming back for 1 year, can you please consider that there would be 2 years so he doesn't have to come back every year?
Sure. That is no problem at all.
All right.
We
Thank
can
you.
discuss that at that time.
Yes, sir.
I want to point out that the zoning board has recommended that it be permanent.
That it be permanent.
Yeah.
Yes, we were at times doing that, depending upon the situation. Okay, so we will take that into consideration, there being no information that it was a renewal nor any time frame request. Yes, we'll consider that on Tuesday. Thank you. Next item, hold a public hearing and consider a request for special land use permit for sales and services, new and used cars on .3 plus or minus acre zone CG General Commercial at 8104 Dallas Highway, located in land lot 17, District 1, Section 5C, Parcel 1. Application made by Tyan. Is Mr. Tyan here?
My address 7085 Red Cliff Court, Suwanee, Georgia 30024. So basically, I live far away from this place, and I realized Douglasville is a good place to do business. So I purchased this property, which was previously used as automobile sales and service facility. And then in a recent 1 year or two, it was basically abandoned, or maybe vacant, or maybe neglected because the owners they live in New York, and they didn't take care this facility. But I realized the value of this property, and also I realized this is a good place to do business. So I decided to purchase this property and to resume the same business. It's a startup. It is startup small business. I borrowed the money from my 401k retirement. I'm still working. I'm an environmental engineer. Trying to step into business side. So I borrowed money from my 401k, and I borrowed money from home equity loan. So I got a few dollars and bought this property, and I'm trying to improve it, and to resume this business as it was before. So now I needed to apply for this kind of specialized permit. Hopefully it will not cause any problems. The benefits of this are, first, it would generate tax revenue, of course, from local government and state government. And also, hopefully, if my business is successful, I could create some jobs for this community. And also, it's good to have an active business in that position instead of having it as abandoned or neglected property. So far, I have been improving this property continuously, but I think I need to get the business going to generate some revenue to keep on improving, because I'm using up all my savings. I need to do business to keep on doing good work.
Okay. I failed to mention that we're in a public hearing, 30 minutes for, 30 minutes in opposition. You obviously are speaking for the application since you are the applicant. Is there anyone else speaking in favor of the application? Are there anyone here that would speak in opposition of the application? Please come forward. Have you completed the sheet, sir, that's required for you to speak in front of the? Yes, sir. Okay. Come forward and state your name and address for the record, sir. And you are speaking in opposition. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
My name is Sidney Parker. First of all, good afternoon to the council and the mayor. I'm glad to be here for y'all to hear me. My name is Sidney Parker, 8068 Dallas Highway, Douglasville, Georgia. And I'm at the property next door to this property here. I've been at that house 60 years of my 63 years of living. And it was not abandoned recently, 2 years, like he said. The other owners got repossessed on. They left about, it's been about 12 months since they got put out because they took it back. Those are the original owners right here. But this is an established neighborhood. I grew up in it. Some of the council members grew up in this neighborhood. It's right here by a school. And well, the property itself is down. I didn't see how they passed it for him to, recommend for a license last week. The asphalt is all tore up. You got ruts in it about 1.5 feet deep. The asphalt right now is about quarter size in pieces. And it's going all down in the streets, and it's covering the sidewalk at least about 4 or 5 inches. The deputy had to bring prisoners out to clean the sidewalk. And after this rain last week, it's piling back in there. And along with that, it's going in the ditch, and it's stopping up my culvert. And that's one thing. And the other is the restroom on it. The restroom, it's on septic tank. And that tank has been in there since the building was there. And it's about the size of a residential tank. And it stopped up with the last people that was there, had a little tire shop, A&U. And the people came out and pulled the top off of it. It had about a foot of space left in it. Now that's sediment that's been in that tank for about, I guess 40 years or better, 50 years at the most. And people will come around the side, and I complained to them about it, relieving themselves beside the building and the back of the building. And my back door sits facing that building. And me and my wife sitting at the kitchen table and have to see them doing this. And I have approached the people before, but to no avail until, calling the law. I have went to code enforcement on them, but I have to catch them. By the time they get through, they gone, if I call them up there. But we have a car lot about 100 yards north of him, and about less than a mile, half a mile below. We don't need that in that neighborhood again. That's an established old neighborhood. And I tried to talk with him and see, but he hadn't decided yet which way he's going with it. But he don't want to run it himself. He wants somebody else to run it for him, But I told him we didn't need them out there, everything. They have to work on the inside of the building to work on cars. And I've seen them before, changing tires out there, because they've been a tire shop 2 or 3 times. And it's just not right for the community, because it brings in people that, I say weird people, because I had my 2 granddaughters right now, 2 of them. They go to Douglas County High right now. At first they was going to Stewart Middle School, and they will have to walk down the sidewalk and come in front of that building at, when school out and school was going, and some men have approached them while they hanging around that joint, that place there. And I just feel for the safety of the other children that's walking and all of this, when this car lot is going on. It never had been a good established car lot. They just bring something there to sell, and whatever. But I think it's still not right for the community, community we live in, and it's just about right in the center of the black community when you cross the track. And I had after the meeting last week, one of the zoning board members, it really upset me. He said, "You people over that side of the track need to do better." And this was a black guy, and it really upset me. And I said, "Man, we made it for you to live on the other side of the track where you are now." I said, "How can we do better when you can't help us? That's what we got you here for. And we just don't want anything put there. If it's done right from the beginning, it'll be fine." But they passed it on the presumption that he gonna do all this work later.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Your time has expired.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else to speak in opposition of this application?
To be honest with you, I won't take a lot of your time now. I know how you feel. My name is John Stewart, and my address is 8101 Malone Street, Douglasville. So I'm at the back of Parker, my neighbor here. I thought we had gotten all of it together, but one thing that I'm really concerned about is the terrain. Water. Those same rocks you all were talking about, and I'm ashamed to bring it up, but they are in Douglas County. And if you want some grass or something, in other words, you just don't have topsoil. If you want some grass or something, you better go out there and get those rocks and have somebody to bring you something in there, some topsoil. My wife and I almost said when we came here 60 years ago, we had to pick up those rocks, pile them up. Now, what will happen, I know, unless he, and I asked him, how is he going to control the water or whatnot that comes off of there, because it comes right down into my property. And I'm not for sure a grass or whatnot would even hold it. It might, if it's the right type. But it does need something like that instead of concrete. And usually that's what they have when they start parking, with these cars and things, with concrete. I didn't ask him what he was going to use, but that's the only reason I'm up here. And I don't think it should be there for that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there anyone else that would speak in opposition to this application? Okay, I will close the time then on the public hearing for this item. Let me make sure, Ms. Wright's still here. Ms. Wright, I have a couple of questions, and possibly council may have questions also, but can you fill us in just a little bit, please, on the previous use of the property? I'm a little confused. The applicant has stated that it was previously a car lot. It then expired. I think you and I discussed this. There's been an expiration of the time for that special land use permit. So since it was not used for that for a period of 6 months or longer, he had to reapply for that. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was given a special land use permit to have automobile sales and service for new and used cars. It did, the applicants that had that, or the property owners, did leave the property, and so it was no longer, the special land use permit expired and was no longer, I'm sorry, I'm tired, no longer viable for the property. So when this gentleman came in, Mr. Bian, he had to reapply for a special land use permit for that property.
Okay. So we have an applicant for 0.38 acres, which is less than half acre, And I understand from one of the discussions that it's on septic tank, it's not on sewer.
That is correct.
So there is a septic tank on site with septic lines somewhere and having problems with the tank, but it had been approved, but it's not being used as a used car lot, not being occupied at all at the moment, correct?
No, the property is not occupied right now.
Okay. Questions of council? Yes, Mr. Siegel?
The zoning board said that they recommend that any code violations found be dealt with upon approval. What kind of code violations are we actually looking at here?
Okay, I brought, after we had the meeting with the zoning board, I did contact environmental health, code enforcement, fire, and building department. And I did get comments. I had comments for you all here sitting on that desk over there. I had a copy for each of you, but they are not.
Well, if possibly then.
They don't, I don't,
possibly
they're to
then
be passed out.
Maybe we need to pick those up as we leave tonight, and before Tuesday, when we take the item up then for a vote, we can review that information. But you can share that with us.
Okay.
Yes.
Basically, when I got in contact with environmental health, that is a septic tank system. There is sewer available. I believe it's about 85 feet away. The septic tank system is the original system. It is old. They do have lines. They don't allow parking on the septic tank or any of the lines. And they said that parking cannot take place on the septic tank or the field lines with only 0.38 acres. The car lot would most likely be, the vehicles would be parked or over the system, okay? And they had some concerns about that. They said, should a repair be necessary, there isn't adequate room for replacement. They would like to see the business go on sewer. There's chances that the original building predates the subdivision and the system may not be entirely on the property in question. Okay.
So we do have issues then, Mr. Siegel, by WSA, we know that. Okay.
This
so
is environmental health is
environmental
over
health.
the septic tank. WSA would be the sewer
Okay.
people. When we had contacted the WSA, they said they were not on sewer, and they gave us a map of where the sewer was located. When the fire department went out and did an inspection, and they just made some general comments about needing fire extinguishers and things like that. So we did have them out. Code enforcement went out and said they could see no violations at this time at the location. And then Mr. Mettler's here to address any building issues, but no one's in the building right now, and he hasn't gotten into the building, and they typically don't go out and inspect unless they're doing some sort of construction. But he is here if you want to address anything on building issues. So I will have this available to you and get this to you for your next meeting.
If you all would, please pick that up at the clerk table there. Any other?
Actually, this has disappeared from the clerk's table. It was sitting there in the corner. We can make copies, though.
It's walked away since we came in tonight.
Email would be good too.
If you'd like, you could email that
Okay,
to
I'll
us, Ms.
email
Wright.
it.
That
I'll
would be
email
fine.
it to you.
So that we would have an idea of what each of those bodies have come up with as far as potential corrections. Is there any other questions by council? Whoever wants to go next, coming down the line.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the zoning board, and I'm just confused by their comments. There's one, it talks about grass, but he didn't give approval or denial, and then there are 3 denials and 1 approval.
There's 2 cases. The next case that you're going to hear is the lot next door.
Okay.
That he is asking for it to be rezoned from R2 to general commercial with a special land use permit for automotive sales and service. And that is a lot that is grassed.
Okay.
And so, the zoning board recommended denial on that one.
Okay.
That is actually, Madam Mayor, our next item, I believe.
Okay, I apologize, and I got those confused. All right, Miss Michelle. All right, Mr. Bien, has he agreed to do whatever recommendations were given to him from the code enforcement? Was he amenable to fixing up the property?
This
and looking
came,
at,
since all these issues were brought forth by Mr. Parker at the last meeting, all this information is new,
Okay.
and we actually got in contact with these different departments and brought this forth tonight.
Okay, so Mr. Bean has not had an opportunity to see what some of the accusations are or some of the issues on his property?
No.
Okay, so we probably need to just talk with him. And the other thing I would say to Mr. Stewart, thank you so much for coming out tonight, and Mr. Parker, and you all, he's put his 401k in it, so he might be serious. You want to give him an opportunity, maybe just think about it and talk with him to see if he really would bring the property up and try to work with the community. Since it's been a car lot because if it isn't that, then is it going to be vacant? Okay.
Well, I think where
Automotive.
the confusion is there is that
it's been automotive.
One person at a time, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
tires.
Ms. Wright.
that they did receive, the previous owners did receive the special land use permit to do automobile sales and service at that site. It did not include the site next door that he's applying for. That's a separate lot. However, my understanding is that they did not open up and they went into, I don't know if it's bankruptcy or the property got repossessed. And so then it reverted back to that the special land use permit was expired.
But it's currently vacant right now.
Yes, it's currently vacant. There's nobody in the
Trying to make
building.
something viable out of nothing. All right, thank you,
One
Mr.
at a time.
Chairman. Chairman.
Mr. Yaki?
Yes. I thought the ruling was for the WSA if there's a septic tank in the city, and if there's a sewer in the area, that house is automatically, or that property is automatically switched to the sewer system.
Well, I can only go by what they have given me, that I guess apparently they will have to go out and inspect the septic tank to see if it's working or if the lines are working.
I don't think that that's even an issue. The issue is that there should be sewer there. Mr. Davis, aren't you on the other side of this property? And do you not have sewer system?
Yes, sir, I have
Okay.
sewer.
I just don't understand that. I'm from a small town of Hazelhurst, Georgia. My mother-in-law was forced into going onto the sewer system. And so here we are in Douglasville, and we're not forced to go onto sewer systems here?
Mr. Yaki, I might just comment, there is one difference there, and I don't know the issues. Hopefully, Mr. Mettler will be able to help us. You're on the opposite side of Highway 92 at this location in applicant than Mr. Davis is, so there may not be sewer available. There is sewer available, but there may be a difference as to the cost to get to that sewer.
I'm hearing that there are sewer systems.
No, they've told us that there is sewer, but we don't know if that sewer is uphill. We don't know those things, where you may have to install a pump. We just don't know. So I'm hoping that they will inform us, or that WSA will help us to get to the bottom of it. But that's a good point.
Is that the situation?
Mr. Yaki, in response to forced connections, if you have a septic tank, there are two conditions that would cause you to be on the public sewer system. One is complete failure of your septic tank, that it's damaged beyond repair. The other is if your primary field fails and your secondary field has been obstructed, then your septic system is no longer viable, so you would have to hook up to the sewer.
So there's nothing that says that if you are, you're not forced to go onto the sewer system? Is that what you're?
I think he just answered your question in that
if
one of those conditions occur.
Mother-in-law's didn't fail, and she was forced to go onto it by their authority down there. So I'm just really surprised.
I have been told at times, if you're within a certain distance, that you are required to go on it. Now, there is a financial component in that also, which someone has to pay. So we're not sure of that situation in Hazelhurst, nor here. So we'll have to bring in the WSA to see what those costs would be and what their ruling would be, because that's not something that we can control. Okay, who else?
That would take care of the problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, the property, previous owners went basically bust and never really got the car lot off the ground. What was it prior to that? Because apparently I'm hearing from residents that it's been there a long time.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that. I've been out there a long, long time. It's been a little bit of everything, from vegetable, tomatoes, from changing tires. Last person in there, they was changing tires and doing automotive repair.
So it's been automotive repair, and has it ever been a car lot?
No, he may have a car or two out there with a for sale sign on, but never been a car lot.
All right, thank you.
Who else? Other comments or questions?
And when we, Mr. Chairman, when we talk about septic tanks, now I know Mr. Parker's church is over on Carquet, and there are sewage, but they have a septic tank, and he has been talking to me about them connecting to the city sewer.
Yes.
So there's a cost.
Yes, there is. And those would be items I would think that would be out of our control, that would actually the WSA would control when and if that were a requirement after investigating the situation on the particular property. Not something that we can decide. Any other questions? Okay. On item I then, we will take that up on Tuesday as far as the special land use permit for that item.
I'm sorry, Mr.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Chair.
Daniel.
I have a couple of questions for the applicant.
Mr. Tyne?
Mr. Tyne?
I'm sorry, Ms. Stanley, I failed to recognize you.
No, you're fine. Just a question, a couple of questions. Are you interested in using both lots?
Yeah, that's the plan. You know, and the second case is regarding the parcel next to this property. I might also use this opportunity to address, because they are really connected, these two properties. These two properties are, on this one address. So this, the one we are talking about has a building, and the next one is a really vacant land. You look to that. They are really together. So my plan is just to somehow first get a special land use permit for this the first parcel, and then rezone the next land into commercial, and then somehow get them together. That way, acreage will be like a 1 acre, maybe a little bit somewhere around 1 acreage for a small car dealership, which makes more sense. And also, basically, I'm also a real estate agent. I look at the history of this property. At least it was on the market for 1 year or something. It's really kind of nobody took care of this thing. So I just stepped in. My plan was just to get this better. As I said before, I borrowed money from a 401k and from a mortgage. And as Mr. Parker said, the parking was not good. As default, I admit that. The fact is, the parking lot was really bad because the former owner was not taking care of the property. I was planning to pave it actually in November, and I got a bunch of contractors to give me quotes. And I was in the process of selecting one quote to get that paved. Unfortunately, November 29th and November 30th, the severe weather, the storm, damaged the roof. So now, priority was to change the roof. So I replaced the whole roof, and then the leak inside the house, damaged, pretty much a bunch of things like electric system. I pretty much used all my money, just change the roof. Repair inside damage. Now I had no money to pave. So that's what I said, my plan is to get the business running, to generate some revenue, and then to pave again, to pave the parking lot. That's my plan. That was in the plan. So to make this property back to life again. So I talked with my neighbors, I'm going to be a good neighbor. We can discuss. Actually, I have consulted with Mr. Parker and Mr. Stewart regarding my plan regarding these properties. I thought that we got some pretty good agreements. We will solve this, address their concerns. So much just please don't kill this plan. Otherwise, it's a waste of my money. Or I would just pack up, just go. Just leave this property abandoned again. What's the good to this city? With this abandoned property, you don't get much tax revenue. With this abandoned property, the parking lot will get worse, not better. With the abandoned conditions, your storm will be bad also. The sewer system will be, deteriorated also. So get somebody, take care of this thing and get it better. So that's my plan. So hopefully, any other questions? Sorry for that.
Yes, with all of the concerns in regards to the septic, you've addressed the parking, but with the septic tank, also with the Environmental Protection Agency stating that because there's a septic tank there, and I'm hearing you say that you want to use 2 lots to have the cars there.
Mm-hmm.
But with the issues, are you ready to be in a position to take care of all of that?
That's my plan. I was fully aware of the issues of this property.
Okay, so you were aware.
Here I saw the issues, here, but I also noticed the potential of these properties. So it's a mixture. On one hand, you have challenges. On another hand, you have opportunities. What do you do? Just face the challenges, fix the problems, and then embrace the potentials. So that's my plan.
Okay, so I was confused. I think the question was he made aware of the issues and concerns? And Ms. Wright, you stated yes, but I'm hearing he say that he was not.
Well, we did discuss the septic tank at the zoning board meeting.
All right.
Okay. However, there are some other issues with the grass lot. Okay.
All right.
The grass lot is a separate lot.
Right.
Okay. And he wants to go in there and have it rezoned to general commercial with a special land use permit. When you have a separate lot, you're required to have a building when you have some sort of business on it and restrooms. Okay. Additionally, that when you have an automobile sales and service, you cannot have cars parked on grass or a gravel lot. It has to be paved. Okay, in that lot. Okay. Now, also, Mr. Bien has talked about doing putting landscape materials on the property, too, on the lot. So there is some confusion as to what he wants to do and where he wants to do it. I did go out and walk the site, and the property, and those houses are in very close proximity.
Yeah.
I mean, their bedrooms look over that lot, and there's, I believe, 7 or 8 houses out there, including Mr. Stewart is here tonight, and
right, and Mr. Parker.
And
you
Mr.
can literally
Parker,
walk out of your door and onto the.
And I think what you have to remember is that if this lot goes general commercial, it can be any of the general commercial uses, even if the special land use permit expires, or it could be any type of general commercial use. It could be a restaurant. It could be a nightclub.
Right. That was my next
type of
question.
uses.
Right. Okay.
On the property.
Right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Adams.
Okay, we will take that up on Tuesday. Our next item then, hold a public hearing, consider a request for rezoning from R2, single-family detached residential, to CG general commercial with a special land use permit for sales and service, new and used cars for .75 plus or minus acres at parcel 0017015C018 in land lot 17, District 1, Section 5C, parcel 18, application made by Town. Mr. Chine, are you here? Again, a public hearing, 30 minutes for, 30 minutes against, 5 minutes per speaker. And please identify yourself, sir, for the record again, since this is a separate item.
Okay, my name is Bai Tian. My address 7085 Red Cliff Court, Suwanee, Georgia 30024. Regarding this empty land parcel, currently it's a residential R3 or R2, something like that. However, there are a bunch of power lines across this property, which makes this property pretty much value this as a residential, because you cannot construct a house, something there, because the power line is just over your head. You cannot do that. So basically, this is pretty much useless property. And being in this useless conditions, I don't think anybody is motivated to take care of it, because it's junk, So what I'm thinking, to convert this, remove this from residential, use this into commercial. Probably I will not use a whole lot as a pilot or something, or maybe landscape supply something, but probably I will use a portion of it, you know. Probably, you know, and also, you know, whether it has a value, I have motivation to take care of it, to maintain it. Otherwise, you know, what's the purpose? What's the motivation for me to take care of that? Because it's basically useless. And also, you know, for this kind of land parcel, the value is so low. You know, it doesn't generate any revenue because it's nobody like that. So that's my plan. You know, to resolve it into commercial to be a little bit more useful. That way, you know, can generate more tax revenue and my business. So that's my plan.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions of council for the applicant during this time? Well, let me first ask, is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Okay, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the application? If you would, please come forward. Again, state your name and address for the record, and we'll hear from those that are in opposition. And then we'll have questions of the applicant by council or anyone else that you would like to ask questions of.
Yes. My name is Sidney Parker, 8068 Dallas Highway, Douglasville, Georgia. And I live right next door to these two properties, these two residential properties. And their property is sitting on an incline. Everything over there run over on my property. I've talked with him about putting up some type of privacy fence and a berm to stop that water because it comes through and it's going under my foundation. And on the lower end, it's got a deeper slope. And me and my wife had a stroke 4 years ago, and I try to eat fresh vegetables to keep healthy. All of that would run through my garden. If he gonna put cars out there, the oil and the gas gonna contaminate it. And I drove a truck. For 20 years, I worked for DeKalb County. I retired from DeKalb County Public Works. And I know about the land and the drainage and all of that stuff. But it would destroy my property, even the landscaping, because of the dyes and the chemicals in it would run in. We would track it in a house, and it would go down and contaminate my garden property. And I questioned, I didn't know the zoning on here was different than DeKalb County. I questioned a retention pond, and I would give him the rights to run a pipe up under my property to pump it into the woods. And I understood that he'd have to have a building on there before he could put a retention pond in. So if he made that a car lot, everything on there was going to come in my property. It was just going to contaminate my whole home. And I have, right now, 24 grandchildren, not all of them out there at one time. But they stair steps up to about 30, and they all time come playing with granddaddy. And I'm real particular about them, you know. And I don't want anything to happen to them, nothing. And that property there, I can understand. I can work with him, but if you put the right thing there for the community. I've seen it all these years, car lot, tire shop, selling vegetables out there, you know, rummage sales and all this stuff, but this is about the lot and the grade of the land, and I know that there ain't no way for a retention pond to go in. And if he put up a berm to turn all that water, it's gonna go over into Mr. Stewart's property. So I don't, the best thing I could do is say no to it, council. No, because it would benefit him, but it's gonna destroy me and my wife and our family lives. We can't live on that house. That house was there before that building was, because the building was leased from my older brother who's dead now. When he died, we thought he had sold it, but he leased it, and it went back for taxes, and we didn't know it till about 12 years later. But anyhow, I'm just asking y'all not to let that land go commercial, because once you get there, our home is no more use. And that's our original family home. And I've spent my 401k. I retired from DeKalb County. I retired from Journal Constitution, Buck Distribution Driving. I retired from Ryder. I retired from the county at 50 years old. Always worked these jobs. And I put all of my money rebuilding that old house, just keeping it up. Now, I invested my life more than $40,000 on the grounds, keeping it all up, you know, the inside and out. And I just can't take it. I cannot bear another stroke worrying about this. And people just coming in the community, putting anything, getting told that you people can do better. This is an established community. What more can we do when we can't get outside help? People come in, they don't live here. They don't care what they bring in. So I'm asking you to deny this. If not for me, for my kids coming up. I just thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
All right.
Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, I will close the public hearing, and then I will open the floor to questions that council or Madam Mayor may have of the applicant or others. I wanted to direct you, if you have not found it, just so you will have some connection as to what we're speaking of. Page 752 is the assessor's report that would show the location of this. And just for clarification purposes, I want to ask a question. The property at 8104 is the property in question with the building on it. The property next to it, please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Wright, C018, is that the parcel that we're speaking of? It looks as though that it is that he's requesting rezoning for.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And
it's
then
a vacant
right
parcel.
To the north of that, 8068 Highway 92 is Mr. Parker's property. So we have 8104 and this C018 are contiguous. They join, and then that sits next to 8068. What is Mr. Stewart's address, and how does he
8101,
coincide?
just to the east.
8101? 8101, thank you. So now you see how all of this blends together. Okay? I'll open the floor for questions or comments.
I do have a question. Is there some sort of buffer requirement between general commercial and residential?
There's a 50-foot buffer requirement.
And this parcel C018, if we had a 50-foot buffer from Mr. Parker's property and from Mr. Stewart's property, how much of this property then is left to be usable?
Well, this plat doesn't give us any dimension, but I mean,
dimensions.
we can estimate, or we can have that information.
I can get that information to you.
That buffer would run on the north and the east side, is that correct?
That is
Where it
correct.
would abut Mr. Stewart and where it would abut Mr. Parker?
There's also two houses that are east
Right behind it.
of the building.
Right, would that be
separate lot.
6685 and 6681?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
that buffer would have
Yes.
to go along
Yes.
there also.
50 feet?
Yes.
Other question?
Mr. Chairman, Michelle, those two houses look like they're exactly behind the building.
They are?
So it's gonna be slope going right through Mr. Parker's backyard back through there, going down slope to the left.
The property does drain on Mr. Parker's property. It does slope down. If you look at the Water and Sewer Authority plan in there, it shows some of the topo lines that was given. So it does slope down. It does drain on Mr. Parker's property.
Ms. Stanley, you have any question? Mr. Yaki?
Yep. When is it when you can't, or your property is not supposed to drain onto somebody else's property? Is that new construction, where it all supposed to like drain forward versus?
Maybe Mr. Metler can answer that. Mr. Metler?
Ask your question of Mr. Metler, Mr. Yaki. I think you'll get.
Well, he was supposed to be listening. I'm just teasing you, okay? When is it when you can't let your property, is it new construction where the water has to flow forward off of your, or it can't go, to the sides? Isn't there some stipulation that you can't have that happening?
Well, in order for this property to serve as a used car lot, they have to pave. And when you pave, you have to gather your stormwater to a central point. So any water that is runoff on the property goes to a collection spot. It can be underground or it can be a detention pond. But in this particular case, the terrain would have to be reworked in order for the low point of the property to gather all the stormwater off the lot.
And then that goes into the sewer system, his septic system and all that.
It would go into stormwater, and there was more than likely would be required to have what is called a crystal streams purification system. WSA has been requiring this on all commercial sites for the past 2 years.
Okay, so there's a lot of money involved here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I need.
And Mr. Mettler had addressed another issue if you, on the first rezoning, which is the building parcel, and I don't know if you want to bring that forth about the WSA and the impervious surface. Yeah, as far as the sewer.
Okay. We have 2 separate lots. Local ordinance requires that if you're operating a business, you have an office and a bathroom. That can be circumvented by combining the lots into one, utilizing the existing building on the corner and the toilet facilities there.
This being a contiguous lot, the 2 lots being contiguous to one another, I would assume that would have been the process, and then you combine the lots. Now you have a building with property, a little over an acre with a building on it now.
That is
basically
correct.
is how that would be done. Is that correct?
That is
So you would then solve that particular part of the equation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Just one quick question. And this may be a stupid question, but I was wondering, is there any reported runoff from Fairburn Road onto these properties?
No, not that I know of. You mean Dallas Highway? Dallas Highway onto the properties, not that I know of. The property actually slopes towards Mr. Parker's property. It slopes down and away from the street.
Other questions? Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Ooh, I'm looking at these pictures and I'm trying to see where the old tomato bin. So the property next to it, Mr. Bean said it was junk because it was a power line over the home. But wasn't that a residential home?
The property next to, which is north of the old tomato bin, which he's trying to get rezoned from R2 to general commercial, is a vacant lot. The property north of that, if you look at the aerial, is Mr. Parker's house. So it would be the property would be vacant between Mr. Parker's house and the old tomato bin building.
And it's enough of a buffer now that it has not affected your garden and all of that, Mr. Parker. Yes, sir. You can just stand right there. It's late. You don't have to come back down here. Yeah, I see you.
Ma'am, y'all excuse me for speaking back there.
You're fine.
The Georgia Power trunk line run right. It runs at an angle through that property.
Yes, sir.
And there's, they got this right away 30 feet on each side, the line. And the property, the lots are like 50 by 100, 50 by 200.
Okay.
And after that, the right of way, you only have 20 feet on each side to do anything with. But now I understand you require that 50-foot buffer zone from the front and back. He's just gonna have a little bit to do, but he's still gonna have to have a retention pond down there to catch that property, to catch the water.
Get the water.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any other way.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thanks,
Charger.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Ms. Wright, am I to understand then that on three sides of the property in question, being the vacant lot that we're talking about now. Because each of the three sides, northeast and south, it is bordered by residential, that there would be a 50-foot buffer that would be a no-disturb buffer.
That is
It could
correct.
not include a retention area. It could not include septic system, any of that.
I'm not, Mr. Miller may be able to answer that. I'm not sure about retention or septic.
Okay, because there is no standing vegetation other than grass, we would be going to a structural buffer, which is only 25 feet, includes berms, evergreens, and a fence.
So 25 feet on those three sides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, northeast and south.
But there's significant planting that takes place along with that, since it's absent of any vegetation.
And within that 25 feet, could there be a retention pond in that buffer area, or could there be no improvement?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's solely for isolation
Okay.
of the adjoining properties.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright. On item I then, we will take that up on Tuesday night once again, hold that second public hearing, and have, hopefully have a vote on item, I'm sorry, was it item J? We've already talked about I. Getting confused, folks, getting late. Next item, hold a public hearing, consider request for rezoning from IL Light Industrial to CG General Commercial with a special land use permit for a church or place of worship as an accessory use for .68 plus or minus acres at 8285 Cortlandt Street, land lot 20, District 1, Section 5, Parcel 213, application made by Doris White. I presume this is Ms. White coming to address us. How are you, ma'am? Would you please state your name and address for the record? And before you do, or as you do, this being a public hearing, again, we need to announce 30 minutes in favor, 30 minutes against, 5 minutes per speaker, please. And we will start your time when they are ready, and you are ready to introduce yourself and go forward.
First, I want to greet the mayor, entire committee. God bless you.
Thank you.
My name is Doris A. White, Apostle Doris A. White. I live at 6166 Pebble Drive, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. My request tonight is for an entertainment center at 8285 Cortlandt Street, Douglasville, Georgia.
Okay. It says church or place of worship.
There's an error somewhere. There's a church already there.
The church is an accessory use. The entertainment would be the primary use.
It would be an accessory use to a church, such as a hall and that type of use.
As a fellowship hall?
Yes, that she's
already have a
making
church
application
there.
for.
It's already there.
And the church is already there.
Okay. Well, I guess it says for a church or place of worship as an accessory use. I'm just reading what I was given there. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. But I also want to, if you will permit, to reach out to the homeless people. Because when we sometimes pull up on the church ground, there are homeless people that are sleeping on the ground in their sleeping bags. The lady that was prior there, she had a church there. I don't know about her license or anything, but I know we have permission. But and she would feed them. She would fix breakfast for them, and yet they still come around. So I'm coming in to have worship with us next door. And my desire is to do a sack lunch, make some soup or carrot to them, or however. Not the hungry, but the homeless. Because the hungry are riding around in Cadillacs, you know. What I'm saying is they're in better condition. They have a better way of living than the homeless does. My concern is for those that doesn't have anywhere to live. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. White. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? If not, then we will ask, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the application? Having heard none, I'll open the floor then for comments or questions from council for the applicant.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Miss White has been a longtime business owner. She used to have the White Restaurant, and we ate there many days, and I think she would be a good fit. Thank you, Miss White, for coming back again.
Miss White, are they homeless? Are they going to stay there, or are they you're just going to feed them?
Not gonna stay there.
Not going to stay there. Okay.
No,
All right.
I'll just reach out to them, feed them, maybe carry them a sack lunch, toothbrush, toothpaste,
Okay.
juice, water, soup, whatever.
Very good. Okay. I was just concerned.
Maybe give them a blanket,
Okay.
a cloth, whatever's needed.
Very good. Thank you.
Comments, questions?
Yes, Chairman Adams. Hi, Ms. White. Ms. White, you can cook too, I remember. Will this also be utilized for the church use as well?
No.
Just,
It's adjacent. to-
okay. I mean, I know where it is, but it'll just specifically be for those in need of food. For the homeless that are in need of just needs,
Yeah, just
critical needs, yeah. Thank you, you have a big heart.
Anyone else? Mr. Siegel?
Now, immediately behind this property, there's a car wash, correct? That's owned by one of my neighbors, so say hi when next time you're by there. Send my regards.
They're nice people, they've been over.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. White, for coming in. We will take this up on Tuesday for a vote on that. We
Okay.
appreciate you.
All right,
Thank you so
thank you.
much. Madam Mayor, much to my dismay, that is all that I have to bring before this body
Lord have
under Planning and Development Committee. Thank
This
you.
has to be a record. Okay, we'll move on to item 8, which is Parks and Recreation Committee. That's chaired by Councilman Chris Watts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thankfully have nothing for Parks and Rec tonight.
Thank you so much. Finance Committee, that's chaired by Mayor Pro Tem Larry Yaki.
I have one item tonight. Adopt a resolution authorizing later reimbursement from bond proceeds and tax proceeds for certain expenditures for projects to be funded by the 2016 Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax, referred to as SPLOST, S-P-L-O-S-T.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, on page 809, so on page 809, you have a copy of the reimbursement resolution. So I'll explain in layman's terms, and if Ms. Littlefield sees that I messed it up legally, hopefully she will correct me. But essentially, what this resolution allows is for you to reimburse yourself with the money that you would bond out from the SPLOST. So as you see in the resolution, our intent, as we mentioned to you before, is to bond out $25 million. Our expectation is that our project costs between now and the next 3 years will be that amount. That allows us to get that money up front through the bond process. I will tell you that Karen Cowell and I did meet with County Administrator Mark Teal on yesterday. Our intent was to see if we can get somewhat of a timeline and hope that we have this item on the agenda. This is part of the process. You have to do this within 90 days of the bonds, and he did not have a good indication of their timeline. There were still some preliminary items that they had to do. So my estimation, just quickly talking to him, they're not going to be ready to deal with bond indebtedness until somewhere possibly around April or May. Even though the funds will be available April 1, there's still some consultants they need to hire, and I suspect that the majority of this is due to him bringing on a new administration, getting everyone up to speed. So whereas even though the SPLOST was approved in November, pretty much they're, I don't want to say behind, but they didn't really start getting the ball rolling until the new commission chairperson was in office and started to take that role.
So how does the 90-day affect that?
Ms. Littlefield, do you know legally why we have to do it 90 days prior? Or okay.
It's just a what?
The bond law.
Bond law, okay. So, and we're going to be okay with this then?
Well, our recommendation is that we go ahead and get the resolution done, even though we don't know the date that they're gonna go out for bonds. We do know that your council meetings, of course, are the first and third Monday of the year. We don't wanna mess up, and if they do happen to start that process in April, we may be too late having this resolution approved in February. So our thought process is this is part of the process, is one of the steps that we have to do. Let's go ahead and get it done now so that we're not behind the curve in trying to play catch up later on, or we miss that deadline, that 90-day deadline.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, question, does that mean then that are we 90 days out from the adoption of the SPLOST vote, that our deadline for bonding out, or 90 days from the time they put the bonds out? Which is your where's your 90-day deadline coming?
That was my concern also.
Yeah.
That was I was trying to get to.
From my understanding, the 90-day clock ticker is when you go, well, and if I'm not correct on this, if you're not sure, Ms. Littlefield, please let me know, is when you go out for, you put the bonds out on the market, is the 90 days.
So 90 days from that date, not 90 days from the vote.
No, not from a vote. No.
We would be out of time here very shortly, and
Yeah, no.
really this would be fruitless.
No, this is purely dealing with the bond market.
Okay, thank you very much,
Correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also add that in the bonding process, at some point, it goes to the Superior Court for validation, and that date is January 24th. It's already been advertised in the Sentinel.
And just for clarification on one of the questions was asked, and I know he's not here, Councilman Miller, he wanted to know what our total bond costs were going to be. We don't know what our total bond costs are going to be because we don't know how much the county is going to bond out. They don't know how much they're going to bond out because they're not quite certain yet all of the projects that are going to be on the project list. They had an idea back in December, but what I'm told by the county administrator is he wants to make certain that everybody who is currently on board with the commission is comfortable with the project list, and they're just now going through that process. So he was not quite certain on the final amount. The total amount between what we bond out and what they bond out will give us what our bond costs will be, and we will share in that cost. They will have their costs, and we will have ours.
I think we were thinking right around $1 million, weren't we not?
That I couldn't answer to. I couldn't answer to any specifics.
Another question, Mr. Chairman, then, are we tied to their bond costs because of the rate that we'll have to pay, and therefore, because we'll be going together to do this? In other words, what we will be advancing ourselves of the total $37 million anticipated revenue, $25 million, we are under their bond agreement as a part of the county. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And so they are in control of who they use and what rate we pay. Or what rate is paid, and we have to participate.
That is correct.
Okay.
That was my,
Thank you.
Yeah, that was my concern. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Well, we will vote on this since there's a lot of money involved in this. So that's all I have tonight for the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Information and Technology Committee Chairman Richard Siegel.
No business tonight, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Maintenance and Sanitation Vice Chair Councilman Mark Adams.
Or?
Are you sure?
I'm sure. You were there the last time, too.
Maintenance and Sanitation has one item, authorize the mayor to sign a purchase agreement from Tote Waste Equip LLC for the purchase of a truckload quantity of 314 64-gallon recycle carts, 550 64-gallon garbage carts, and 624 96-gallon garbage carts for residential, for a total of not more than $67,066.04. Mr. Roberts, would you help us with that, please?
Yes, these are for residential garbage and recycling containers, and these are the containers that we've been using for about 10 years. They're automated containers, so it works with some of our new equipment, and it's actually 2 truckloads. The 96 gallons is 1 truckload, and then the 64-gallon containers, and then those 64-gallon recycle bins, that's 1 truckload as well. I would point out that there is a typo on the total amount figure. It should be $67,066.64. So it's missing a 6 where it says 04. It should be 64.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. So this is not one truckload, but 2?
It is.
Okay, and this is, I would assume, having been here several years now, the Toter Wastequip LLC relationship would remain in place because that's what we are set up to use.
Correct.
As far as the type of garbage equipment to go.
Yes, that's
seems to hold up best. I understand.
and obviously, you know, different seated councils can make different decisions over a period of time, but we went with this particular brand probably 2006, 2007 to make them uniform. 10, 12 years ago, we had a lot of different types of containers in the field, and through attrition, we have tried to make them as uniform as possible. And so that's just a continuing effort to have all of our containers look the same, have the same city seal on it, the same city emblem, and that they would look uniform in the community.
Understand. Any question?
I guess that's all we have to do is find 60 cents. Is that
Does that need to be corrected prior to a vote on Monday? Okay.
Yeah, it's an easy correction. I was just going to point it out. So,
all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts.
We have another question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is going to be real fast, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Roberts, you know, we've been talking about, I've gotten a couple of calls within 3 weeks about receptacles and trash cans, and the lid is off, and I called 3 times. I'm emailing you the 4th time, and so I talked to the city manager just to see what the rotation was. If there is a rotation that you automatically would have a new trash can. I start driving around just looking, and there are several trash cans that the tops are off or they're just in, you know, disrepair, and people may not know that they can call. So how often do we have this authorization that we receive these receptacles, these trash cans, and what is the process? Is it every 5 years, 2 years? What's the life cycle of those trash cans?
well, they'll last 10, 15 years.
Okay.
And so we've got some out there in the field that we've probably had 25 years. So they'll last a number of years. I'm not sure what you were talking about. Those may be isolated, you know, but the containers do take, they're garbage containers, and they do take a beating. Sometimes they get hit by cars. And so I wouldn't say we have, I wouldn't completely following you on a rotation, but
Yeah, I just
we have
wanna
tried to
know-
go through an attrition. It's sort of like a lot of the things we do where we just systematically over a period of time do them. So we buy a truckload of these about every year or so. Annually, we'll purchase a truckload, and so, you know, we've got about probably 10,000 of these out in the system. And I know we have about 8,800 individual single-family dwellings, but some homes have 2 containers, so we have a lot of containers in the field, and it would be almost impossible with the current staff to go out and just change them all systematically in one sweep. We just try to do it through attrition.
Oh, no, I'm in a rotation, like, you know, this area, in 2 years you change a portion and just, so you don't recall the 2 people I'm talking about over the one lady that her trash can was gone or the top was off in Hunter's Ridge, and then the other gentleman was, I think, in the downtown area. I don't remember his name.
I remember the one
City
gentleman, but I don't remember the other one.
I hope she got it replaced, because that was her
She
third
probably
time
did.
calling.
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't have a system where it's just really on call. It's if someone calls. It's not.
Yeah, I would say that's correct. You know, it's not that we don't identify them in the field. Sometimes the crews will identify them in the field.
If they don't know to call,
No, I'm talking about our people.
No, the resident. What if the resident doesn't know to call and their trash can lid is off or it's broken and they just keep putting it down there and it isn't replaced? What are they supposed to do?
Well, if they're reporting it, I'll
They're
have
not
to
reporting
check.
it.
Well,
I'm
that's what
saying.
Let me interject
It's not a
something,
question I can
maybe
really
to clarify this. Mr. Roberts, we do not have a systematic review and replacement automatically of a trash receptacle at every residential home in our city, do we?
No.
Okay. And the reason we do not is because, just like anything else, how often do I need to have my automobile oil changed? Well, that is all relative to how many miles you place on it, just as it is all relative as to what you put in that trash receptacle, how many times it's hit by a car, or how many times the garbage truck runs over it, or how many times the kids decide to use it for something other than a garbage pail. So I think I understand what the mayor is asking, but with all due respect, I don't see what would we do with the old ones when we brought them in if they really didn't need to be changed out and they were just systematically replaced?
No, I mean, not systematically, but I guess they recommend you change your oil every 3,000 miles.
Sure.
If you know that there are some that have been out there 10 or 15 years and they're in disrepair, I mean, there should be some kind of system where we know where they are. We know, what older
I
ones.
didn't say they were in disrepair. These containers will last well over a decade under normal use. The one at my house is probably, I've had 17 years. It's a perfect container. I haven't ridden it down the hill. I hadn't ran it over. It's a perfect container. And then we've got some homes that they won't have a container 2 years and they need a new
It's
one.
all
I
relative.
can't completely explain that,
Right.
but the one I've got, I've had for 17 years.
Well, then, I would assume what, Madam Mayor, you're asking is, can we be proactive with our garbage trucks and assist in trying to attempt to change these out, maybe before someone calls or doesn't call because they don't know to call?
Right, because,
Just for the appearance and for satisfaction of our customer.
There you go. 'Cause they get upset. I mean, she called 3 times, and that was in the same week. And then a gentleman over Christmas, I think it was Christmas Eve or one of those days, that I told the city manager, he said, "This is my 4th time, and I want to know that you received my email that I've said something about my trash can and I needed to be replaced." They shouldn't have to call 3 and 4 times.
Well, I only had record of him calling twice, and I
Okay.
had responded to him, and he didn't respond to me. When I went to his house on Thursday, I knocked his door, saw him face to face.
Okay.
He apologized, and he said he never got my emails, but I had sent him a couple of emails.
Okay.
And so we've got him squared away. Now, whether he called other times, I couldn't verify it, but I can't
Yes,
say
sir.
he didn't. I just couldn't verify it. We do try to record those phone calls.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's too long when it's too late for all that.
Anything else concerning that issue?
Well, I wanted to say, it sounds like to me, Greg, you're stating that there's not a system, but you do like an inventory from your staff, visual.
When you say staff, you mean the guys on the garbage
yes.
truck? Yes, and you know that's a continuing revolving door. That's one reason you've heard me say I want to go to the automated trucks to where you've got 1 employee instead of 3, where the driver is responsible for everything. You know, getting those guys sometimes to report it all the time, they have one thing in mind, and that's getting that garbage up and getting gone.
That's right.
And so I just won't stand here and deny that to you, and I can beat them over the head with this paper every day, but it's not going to change that. That's going to be how they view it, and they do a great job. They do a safe job. These are good employees. They do an awesome job, but they're probably not going to be jotting down everything. And so, thankfully, to the council, we have added a supervisor back into the sanitation department that we did not have for a long period of time. And the accountability, Mr. Zimmerman has been with us for a couple of months now, and so we've gotten him acclimated to the routes and that kind of thing. So over a period of time, he will sort of pick up that slack on that. So the burden falls on the sanitation supervisor to evaluate the routes. We run 3 garbage routes Monday through Thursday, 1 recycling route, and 1 yard waste route. And like I say, there's about 8,800 homes, 8,700 homes. It's single-family dwellings. That does not count commercial properties or apartments, just single-family dwellings where there is a residential container. And so having somebody dedicated to doing that is a little easier said than done.
Any other questions concerning that item? Okay, we'll take that up on Tuesday night for a vote in maintenance and sanitation for that purchase. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all we have under maintenance and sanitation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Transportation Committee, Chairwoman Dr. LaShawn Danley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two items. The first item is to adopt a resolution and authorize the mayor to sign a construction agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation, GDOT, for construction of the Lighting and Banners Phase 2 TE Grant TEE 0000-09035, PI number 0009035. Ms. Wright.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Lighting and Banners Phase 2 project, which is a sidewalk and lighting project on Dallas Highway. It's just below Brown Street, and it goes almost all the way to Strickland Street, and it's on the west side of Dallas Highway. We have been working on this project for the last couple of years. It finally has received all its approvals for right-of-way, utilities, and environmental, and is ready to go out to construction. We have received the notice to proceed to construction. We may advertise this after February 17th. We will be advertising it for 3 weeks, and then wait a week, and then have a bid opening on this project. This is the contract, the standard contract that Georgia Department of Transportation sends out for their T grants for us to sign for the construction agreement with them. It also would include a resolution and opinion of council in here, in their contract.
Thank you. Are there any comments, questions?
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
Sure.
I'm looking at the contract, and I think there's a math error in it. It's page 823, where it adds together 500,000 federal, 125,000 local, and it adds up to 600,000 instead of 625. So I think we want to make sure to get that fixed before anything is signed.
Okay, I will take a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Siegel. Any other comments? All right, the second item is authorize the mayor to sign a design engineering services agreement with ACOM Technical Services, Inc. for the city's Riverside Parkway Bridge Rehabilitation Project, PI number 0015072. Ms. Wright.
Thank you. This is the Riverside Parkway Bridge Rehabilitation Project, which is located on Riverside Parkway. The bridge is over the Sweetwater Creek. And as you recall, we interviewed consultants for this, and AECOM was chosen to do the work on this project. We have received our project framework agreement from the Georgia Department of Transportation to proceed ahead to do the preliminary engineering concept on this, the environmental right-of-way and construction plans. This is the contract with AECOM as our engineers to move ahead on that project.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any comments or questions?
What's the length of time on that, do you know?
2 years on this project.
2 years just?
2 years to get to go to construction.
So this is just the contract that we've already discussed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. Any other?
And the reason the timeline is because of there's possibly some bird environmental issues
Right.
that we had to take into consideration out there. If we get it done sooner, like in 18 months or 14 months, then we can proceed ahead to construction.
Right. And that was mentioned the last time. Any other comments or questions? If not, if it's okay with the mayor and council, I'd like to place the item B in the consent agenda. Okay, no other items. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Personnel and Organization Committee, Chairman Councilman Richard Siegel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have 3 items tonight. Thank you for sticking around, Ms. Alston. I know you're going to come up and talk about these. First item is to adopt a resolution approving a merit pay or pay for performance program for the period of, so many P's in here, I'm starting over. Adopt a resolution approving a merit pay or pay for performance program for the period of December 2015 through December 2016 with a maximum potential wage adjustment of 3% of an employee's base salary, and for these increases to become effective on January 24th, 2017 for all eligible employees. Ms. Alston.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Tia Austin, Human Resources Director, City of Douglasville, 6695 Church Street. This first item before you was discussed at the last round of meetings where a recommendation was made to implement a maximum of 3% merit increase based on the annual performance evaluation for the affected employees. The max was programmed into the current fiscal year's budget, and staff is asking for this item to be moved to the consent agenda if it's your pleasure. I'll be happy to take any questions on the merit system if you like.
Any comments or questions from Mayor and Council?
Mr. Chairman, do we have all of this money in our budget for this particular item?
As Ms. Austin just said,
Yes, we
this
do.
was programmed into the budget.
It was programmed?
Yes, for
All
the
of it
remaining
already
6
there,
months.
not parse and part, not part and part, but all of it?
All of it for the remaining fiscal year, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no objection, I would agree that we should move this to the consent agenda for Tuesday. The next item, also taking care of our employees, is to adopt a resolution approving a 1.5% cost of living adjustment for all City of Douglasville employees and amending the City of Douglasville current pay schedule by increasing the compensation amounts by 1.5% in efforts to continue to keep the City of Douglasville's wage and compensation structure competitive with current job market, to become effective January 24th, 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item also we discussed at the last round of meetings. We presented to you a consumer price index fact sheet as it relates to the city of Atlanta, where Douglas County was also considered into those stats that we presented to you. The recommendation is a 1.5 cost of living adjustment for all city employees, so that's full-time and part-time. The proposed cost of living adjustment also has been programmed into this current fiscal year, the entire amount. And also, we will be adjusting our pay schedule to reflect the 1.5% increase. So it will bring those minimum hourly rates up 1.5%. So we are also recommending that this be placed on consent agenda if you so pleasure.
Any comments or questions from Mayor or Council? If not, then I'll go ahead and recommend we put this on the consent agenda for Tuesday if there's no objections.
Sounds good.
All right, and our final item under Personnel and Organization Committee is to adopt a resolution adopting a job description and approving the 4 existing job slots for Court Security Officer, adopting a revised organizational chart for the Parks and Recreation Department, approving an amended job description for the Park Assistant position to become the Recreation Assistant position, and transferring the 11 existing job slots for that renamed position, and adopting revised job descriptions for the position of Cart Operations Team Lead, Golf Cart Attendant, Pro Shop Assistant, Receptionist, Server, and Starter Ranger, implementing the wage recommendations set forth by Evergreen Solutions as a result of the part-time pay and classification study conducted on behalf of the City of Douglasville in 2015, and making any wage adjustments effective on February 7th, 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Mayor and Council, if you remember, these recommendations, excuse me, were made from Evergreen Solutions. They did our pay study for us for our part-time employees. We have some positions here that exist within the city that are not adopted into our pay schedule, and we do not have adopted job descriptions for. So with this pay study, these part-time descriptions will be added to our pay schedule, and there will also be minor wage adjustments for some of the employees to bring them up to the minimum grade that's recommended as well. And this cost also has been programmed in whole into our current fiscal year, and we are recommending this item for consent agenda as well.
Any comments or questions from Mayor and Council? I see Mr. Adams down there.
Yes, Chairman Siegel, I have a question.
Yes,
possibly Ms. Austin can address this, or possibly City Manager. I had spoken several months ago with staff concerning some inequity that was present at the golf course as far as some of the employees and their times on the job and different things that had come about during previous administrations there as far as Parks and Rec. Is this the item that we were waiting on after January 1 in order to be able to correct those issues?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I've also had several talks with Parks employees as well on the same topics that you have discussed as far as those inequities. And we did let them know at the end of last year just to be somewhat patient with us until we worked our way through the study and made sure that we looked at the totality of employees that would be affected, specifically in Parks, because that's where the majority of the employees were. But I did have one-on-one conversations with some of those employees and let them know that even though there are minor wage adjustments altogether, for some specific employees, it will be a significant increase. But I did have those conversations and let them know that once we got to the first of the year, you guys will be making a decision on that. So once that decision is made, we will be informing those employees, and hopefully they will be quite happy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? Then, unless there's any objections, to avoid having to read all that again on Tuesday, I'd like to put this on the consent agenda. All right. I have no other items, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ordinance and Intergovernmental Committee, that's Vice Chair, Councilmember LaShawn Burdanley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, 3 items. The first is to adopt a resolution setting the qualifying fees for the November 7th, 2017 general election for the City of Douglasville to be $387 for the office of council member according to the state law and providing for public notice of the same. Questions or comments? Okay, if not, I'd like to put that under the consent agenda. The second is to hold a public hearing regarding the consideration of a resolution to provide a waiver of requirements for a city logo on the mayor's work vehicle for calendar year 2017. Are there any comments or questions?
That
You have
public
to
hearing
hold
will
it,
actually
hold
be
it.
on Tuesday, correct?
Thank y'all. Also adopt a resolution, the last one, adopt a resolution to waive the requirements for the City of Douglasville logo decal on the mayor's work vehicle in calendar 2017. Questions or comments other than what's already been made? Okay, no other items. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Education and Training Committee, that's chaired by Councilmember Samuel Davis.
No items at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any other business to come before the council tonight? Hallelujah. City Attorney, Mr. Dotson, Mr. Joel Dotson.
No items tonight.
Thank you, sir. Chief Assistant City Attorney, Ms. Susan Littlefield.
No business, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Chief of Police, Deputy Chief Sue Ann Shaw.
No business, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, Ms. Marsha Hampton.
The only thing I have is just to remind you all that we will not have a meeting on Monday night and that your meeting will be on Tuesday night, and we will be starting at our regular time at 5 o'clock with committee meetings in the boardroom.
Don't we have Chamber of Commerce, luncheon?
17th, that same day.
Yes, you do have one that same day. It's the economic forecast luncheon that's usually planned by the chamber on that same day.
So the conference center at 11:30.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Comments from citizens and delegates? Anyone that's left? Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I'd like to talk about some things as a citizen.
I'm gonna beat you. No. We don't have any comments from citizens. and
Man, I'm
delegates.
out.
Any staff reports? Not hearing anything else is come before the council. This meeting is adjourned.